Oh, yep. Okay. Or I just like the gavel.
That's true as well.
That is true as well.
Go for it.
I gotta wait for her to give me the cue that. Are we ready?
They just turned the camera on. You heard her, yeah.
Okay.
You just heard her.
Good evening, everybody. It is 5:06, which if you are familiar with Tampa City Council, that is 5:01. We are ready to start this meeting. I call this meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco.
Here.
Hertek.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Before we start our regular scheduled business, I would like to recognize Abby Feely.
Development and Economic Opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight. I'd like to take a moment, if I may, to recognize and thank Planning Director Evan Johnson as he concludes his service with the City of Tampa this week. Evan stepped into leadership when continuity mattered and kept projects moving forward for both council and the community. During his time with the city, he's been here just about 2 years. He's completed with the city planning team some major initiatives, including the Housing Needs Assessment, Coastal Area Action Plan, the West Tampa Alley Study, and as you all are aware, they have been advancing the Sulphur Springs Neighborhood Action Plan, and secured funding for Resilient Florida, as well as recently honored for the Suncoast section of the APA for Best Public Outreach for the South of Gandy and Palmetto Beach Coastal Area Action Plans. So just as important to these projects themselves is Evan's approach, his collaboration, his steadiness, and his focus on helping staff communicate clearly both with City Council and with the community. So Evan has accepted planning opportunity to lead an effort in another state, and unfortunately, fortunately for them, unfortunately for us, but we just really wanted to wish him the best tonight and to thank him for his service to the city. So if you'll please join me in thanking Evan.
Thank you very much. Evan Johnson, City Planning Director for 2.5 more days. Thank you very much, Abby. Those very kind words. It's been a pleasure. It's been wonderful to work with you all. I'm really looking forward to transmitting a comp plan tonight. So thank you for helping us out, for advancing planning in the community. I think we've come a long way. Stephen brought me in 2.5 years ago, and I think we've been making progress ever since. So hopefully the momentum will keep going. And yeah, so I really appreciate it.
Councilwoman Hertek and Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you so much for everything you've done. Really enjoyed working with you. You've just been easy to work with, have great ideas. It's always been fun to bounce things off of you and like try to move things forward. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We're really going to miss you, but you know, Maryland is going to be great.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
My friend from the 3rd grade and I were singing your praises last week, Matt Suarez, who's known you and your wife since
that's crazy.
when you first met
Yeah,
or started
yeah.
dating. So, yeah, you're wonderful. We appreciate all that you've done because it's a huge undertaking. I mean, you see with what we're dealing with tonight. I mean, it's the future of this community and the path that it takes. And you know, you mentioned Stephen, you know, one of the best, and you're right there. You know, so we appreciate you. We hate to see you go. But we wish you all the best moving forward. So thank you for all that you've done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Young, then Carlson, then Councilman Miranda.
You're leaving? And this is how I find out? Wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sad.
I'm sorry.
Well, and
I
you
should have
won't-
mentioned it before.
Yeah.
I figured when I told Councilman Clendenin it would get around.
Wait till it's my turn. Wait till it's my turn.
Yes,
Wow.
He's
I am
following
leaving.
sunshine.
Wait, so you're going, what
I am going to be planning director in Rockville, Maryland.
Wow.
So right outside of DC.
Maryland is a great place, and they are very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I'm sad you're leaving. It has been a pleasure to work with you, even prior to me coming on council. You are extremely bright and really smart, and I'm so sad. I'm really sad you're leaving, but I'm happy for Maryland. You would be a great addition there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
I'd like to make a motion to deny, please.
Second.
Second.
That was good. That was good.
No, I've been running all day, so I don't know if there was any kind of communication, but I found out through mutual friends and the visionary leadership in this community, the people that have a lot of great ideas, they're really sad about you and Ashley both leaving, and it's going to leave a big loss in this community. If you have ideas from afar that you want to give to us, please call us, and I hope that we'll recruit you back someday. You guys have contributed a lot to the texture of this community over many years, and as a community, we really appreciate the ideas and thought leadership you all provided. Thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, sir. Well, Maryland's a great state. I heard you're leaving. My rumor was you're leaving because of the good crab cakes.
They're
So, but
on
I
the list.
appreciate what you've done here for your time, and God bless you and your family, and enjoy Maryland. It's a little different than Florida, so I hope when the snow comes, you remember us.
Yes, I will. I'll be thinking about you a lot for the next month or so when I'm up there.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, and congratulations on you. And I was walking, and are you going to the private sector or public?
No,
sector?
I'm going to be planning director in Rockville, Maryland.
Oh, good for you. Okay, great. Yeah, well good for you, and continue in public service, and good fortune in Maryland. You have a great
Thank you.
governor there, and so good luck.
Thank you. I also have a couple of metro stops. I'm pretty excited about that.
There you
Just,
go.
let me test out the transit.
There we go. You can come back and teach us something about transit. Yeah, let's see. Evan Ross Johnson. When I frequently speak about the quality of employees in the city of Tampa being exceptional, and what great service all the employees of the city of Tampa provide for the taxpayers and the people that live here, and you are one of the finest. And I think what you've contributed in your rhyme and reason and the meetings we've had and discussions have been exemplary, and I applaud your talent. And I know wherever you go, you're going to take that talent to them and make them just as successful as you have in your role here. I suspect the first time you experience freezing rain up there, you'll be applying for jobs back in the city of Tampa.
It could be.
So we look forward to your return. I know you'll be welcome, and thank you so much for everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Councilwoman Young, you have a special guest in the audience. Would you like to introduce your special guest?
I'm sure she does not want to be introduced, but Miss Lena Young Green, my wonderful grandmother, community advocate, mentor, everything. As she would say, the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. So I'm happy to see you. I didn't know you were coming today. It's good to see you, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma. It's good to see you. Good. Okay, very good. Okay, well, now for those of you that are here, you're going to say hello and goodbye to us for a short period of time. At this time, and in accordance with the Florida Statute 286.0118, we will proceed to a closed attorney-client session to discuss settlement negotiations in the case of Scarlett Lopez versus City of Tampa, case number 823CV025548 KKM LSG, which is currently pending in the Middle District of Florida. This closed session is estimated to last approximately 30 to 45 minutes and will be recorded by a court reporter. The names of the persons attending the closed sessions are as follows: myself, Councilman Alan Clendenin, Councilman Bill Carlson, Councilmember Lynn Hertek, Councilmember Guido Maniscalco, Councilmember Charlie Miranda, Councilmember Louis Vieira, Councilmember Nia Young, City Council Attorney Martin Shelby, City Attorney Scott Steady, Assistant City Attorney Toyin Aina Hargret, Christopher Bentley, Esquire, Aaron Jackson, Esquire, and a certified court reporter, Cheryl Westfall, from the court reporting firm of Carolyn Loudon and Associates. At the conclusion of the closed attorney-client session, this meeting will reopen, and I will announce the termination of the session. A transcript of the closed attorney-client session shall be made as part of the public record upon conclusion of the litigation in the Lopez case. So I would like to adjourn this meeting. And we are in recess, and council will report to the 8th floor, and we will return when we're done with the closed session. Okay. Good evening again, everybody. Welcome back to Tampa City Council. Thank you for your patience. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Young. Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. In the case of Scarlett Lopez versus the City of Tampa, case number 823CV02548 KKM LSG, which is currently pending in the Middle District, the closed session is concluded. The City Council is back in order. Now I'd like to ask Councilwoman Hurtek if you would mind reading this motion.
Motion to add to the February 19th, 2026 agenda a resolution authorizing a compromise settlement by the City of Tampa of the federal lawsuit Scarlett Lopez v. City of Tampa, case number 8:23-CV-02548-KKM-LSG.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtek, a second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call, please.
Young. Vieira. Carlson. Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Clendenin.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Okay, so now back to our regularly scheduled program. So we are moving into the comp plan transmittal hearing portion of this program. I want to kind of frame this a little bit, and I know I'm going to get some help from our team. For those of you that are out there, this transmittal hearing is kind of a technical hearing. The City of Tampa is responsible to submit this plan to Tallahassee for feedback. It's a requirement by law, but it is not a critical decision-making point. So I know for those of y'all thinking this is like you have to have something done tonight. It's like a first reading, but it's still completely open when it comes back to us. And I think our planning team will provide a little bit more clarification. But I know there's been a lot of stuff going around, emails and all. Tonight is not, like, in other words, if it's not in the document tonight, we still have many bites of the apple left. It's still wide open when it comes back. We still have lots of room to talk about it. So now I would like to, Councilwoman Hurtek, you want to say something?
I just wanted to add to that. Today, the city dropped its first tranche of land development code updates, or if they haven't, they will be by tomorrow. But we cannot move forward with the land development code until we at least have something transmitted to the state. And it's weird to be working with both documents at the same time. And one of the reasons that we specifically asked city staff to not put the land development code out there for people to read was we didn't want people to conflate the two. So we would really, hopefully, the hope tonight is to be able to transmit something and to be able to continue the conversation, but then also start to talk about what everybody here really wants to talk about, and it's the nitty-gritty of the land development code. So,
which we have lots of time to talk about nitty-gritty. And it's not just tonight. As we move forward for the next few months, we'll have time to talk about all of that. Now I'd like to recognize our wonderful member of the Planning Commission. Oh, do we open? Can I get a motion to open the 501 public hearing? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We are open. Tag, you're up.
Okay, great. Good evening, City Council. Melissa Zornita, Executive Director of the Hillsborough County City-County Planning Commission. Tonight, we are having a hearing on the transmittal of the future land use section of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This is a key piece of the update of the comprehensive plan, and then after this, there also are the coastal and housing sections that you'll hear about. So just a couple of things to review and provide some context. This update is a wholesale revision of the future land use section. At the beginning of this process, over 3 years ago, we heard quite a bit about how the plan was not very user-friendly. It was clunky. We needed to streamline, and that a lot of areas of the plan were not keeping up with current trends. So we needed to wholesale update the plan. Additionally, it is our charge as the local planning agency to bring forward a plan that would accommodate population growth for the next 20 years. That's required by state law. And one of the things that we heard from the community, both the development community and the neighbors, was that there wasn't a lot of predictability in the plan, and that there was growth happening in places where people weren't expecting it, in the middle of neighborhoods maybe, and that folks really wanted it to be clearer in the plan about where growth should go. And so we have taken an approach working with city staff, the residents, and other stakeholders to try to address all of those concerns about the adopted plan today and focus on incentives as a way to try to focus growth in the areas where people would like to see it go. It's been a journey, and you all have been on that journey with us, and we've had quite a bit of outreach throughout the process at multiple phases. Where we are tonight, as Chair Clendenin indicated, is we're at a transmittal hearing. As part of Florida statute, text changes to the comprehensive plan have to be transmitted to the State Department of Commerce for review by them, as well as other state agencies like FDOT, the Southwest Florida Water Management District, a whole host of them review it. They give us feedback, and then that feedback is synthesized back to you at an adoption hearing. Changes to this document can be made by motion tonight. Changes to this document can be made after you've received those state comments and have an adoption hearing in a few months. At the adoption stage, there will be a first and second reading at that point too. So, and the other thing that I would just like to emphasize is that the comprehensive plan should be a living, evolving document. It should not be that this is the only time that we change the text of the comprehensive plan. As we see changes or new things that need to be added, or maybe there are things we didn't get to do this time because of some things like state law, you know, we might have an opportunity to do them later. And so this is not the only bite at the apple in this process or in the long term. There will be time to continue to refine this.
Can I ask you just for a clarification on that? So again, I know you were very clear about we have plenty of opportunities to change, but and you insinuated state law. Can you go into SB 180 and
Sure.
why certain things are not being changed?
Yes.
Is that in your presentation?
It is.
Yeah, okay, but then we can hold that. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I'll quickly just review that we updated the vision with a lot of input from the community. This future land use section is proposed now to have 7 goals, starting with citizen participation in the planning process, which is very important to us and to you all, but evidenced by the prior outreach you've asked us to do. We've got topics about where growth should be directed, the future land use categories, some of our very important assets in our community like MacDill Air Force Base and the airport, urban design, historic resources, and managing population in the coastal high hazard area. So a couple of things have occurred since your hearing in August. In August, when we were before you, we had just gone through a long series of meetings with the community and gotten a lot of input. You gave us some very specific motions to follow up on at the August public hearing. And one of those items was to look at all of the policies in the future land use section based on Senate Bill 180. So Senate Bill 180 became effective in the middle to late part of the summer. And so it wasn't something we really talked a lot about in our original outreach because we were still just trying to understand the implications of that bill. You had some workshops and presentations after our August hearing with City Legal where they really clarified what this meant to the city. But for this process, specifically that bill has a provision that says you all cannot adopt anything more restrictive or burdensome than is in the comprehensive plan today. It's specific about comprehensive plan amendments and land development code regulations, and the lens is it cannot be more restrictive or burdensome. We had conversations with the state to make sure we were understanding what that meant. That means if it says should today, it needs to say should in the new draft. We can't change it to a shall. If somebody was allowed to do something based on A and B, we can't add C to that list. We can only make it based on what is in the plan today. We can add incentives. We can make things perhaps more flexible in certain areas, but we can't make it more stringent. And so taking that lens, we have taken that to all of the policies in this section, as well as the other two you will hear tonight, reviewed that with city legal as well. And we believe that the document that's in front of you complies with Senate Bill 180. So we made those changes as well as some changes based on the motions that you all made in August. So I'll walk through that. We did have some community outreach earlier this month. We're still in February. To explain those changes to the community because we knew there were a lot of moving pieces to this. Some of the feedback we got was a little bit different than we got over the summer. In this meeting in particular, we heard from some in the community who wanted some of the changes, like the transit-ready corridors, added back in parts of the community, or some of the other tools to increase density allowances added back. So, walking through the changes specifically. The transit-ready corridors have been limited to the 8 corridors specified in the City Council's motion on August 28th. I have maps and a list of those corridors coming up in the presentation. All of the corridors that are in the plan today as transit emphasis corridors have been renamed multimodal corridors. We did not want to lose the language that we had related to design and safety along those corridors. But we thought keeping the name transit emphasis corridor would be confusing. So we changed it to multimodal corridor. As I mentioned, due to Senate Bill 180, a number of things were changed back from require to encourage or should, that type of language. And there were some specific policies, such as those relating to locational criteria and townhomes, which I'll cover in a later slide, reverted to the adopted policy language. Okay. So one of the things council asked us to look at was what is now Land Use Table 2. At the time, in the prior draft, it was Table 3. So we revisited that table. So that table outlines what the maximum density potential is for any future land use category. Oh, thank you. In the August draft, we had done 2 things. In the coastal high hazard area, we had lowered what was being proposed. So today, I'll use an example of community mixed use 35. In a community mixed use 35, initially you can get up to 30 units. Then, if you do a bonus agreement, you can get up to 35. Our proposal was in the coastal high hazard area, that would go down to 30, and they wouldn't be allowed to do that bonus provision, ask for that in the coastal high hazard area. That part of our proposal conflicted with Senate Bill 180 because there was something they could do today, and state law says you can't take that away from them. That's more restrictive or burdensome. So we had to put that step up, as we call it, back in the future land use categories for within the coastal high hazard area. In our August proposal, we had, for outside of the coastal high hazard area, also eliminated that step up, but in the opposite direction. We had said this bonus provision agreement isn't maybe necessary to get to the 35 units per acre outside the coastal high hazard area. We did revisit that, and we looked at what would happen if we made it all go back to what it is today. The problem with doing that outside the coastal high hazard area is that impacts the functionality of the other bonuses that we're proposing, like the transit-ready corridor bonus. Because then somebody would have to do one step and then another step to get that bonus. And that goes against what we understood the direction from the beginning of this process, which was to streamline, try to facilitate growth in the places where we wanted. So we left that part of the table the same. And that has been in place since the May draft of the future land use section. We made some changes to the place types. I mentioned the multimodal corridors. We also brought back the planning districts. That was something that had been proposed to be removed in the August draft, but there were a number of policies that referred to the policy being slightly different in New Tampa or in South Tampa. And so in order to comply with Senate Bill 180, we had to go back to that original planning policy language, and that meant we needed to bring the planning districts back. I have some more detailed maps here on the corridors. So in August, related to the transit-ready corridors, council made a motion asking us to reflect only the following list of corridors on the transit-ready corridor map. All of the other corridors were designated as multimodal corridors consistent with the transit emphasis corridors. So this is all that's reflected on the map. And because we have heard from a number of folks throughout the last month about adding corridors back, these are the corridors that are no longer designated. And we've heard from, as I'm sure you all have, from certain neighborhoods that would like segments of some of these corridors or maybe their entirety added back to the transit-ready corridor bonus areas. So this is what the comparison of the light purple is the August proposed corridors. The magenta is what we have based on City Council's motion. So you can see where there may be some areas that now in Central and East Tampa, I think I saw a letter from West Shore Alliance asking for certain portions of corridors to be added back. So the goal of the density bonuses are to try to get public benefit out of that increased density. At the very beginning of this process, we talked about how today a lot of people are coming in asking for plan amendments. The plan amendment process, if you approve the plan amendment, you don't necessarily get any public benefit out of that increase in density. Through the bonus structure, you would get improvements related to design for transit, some affordable housing. We tried to align all of the targets of those bonuses with goals that we heard from the community. The bonuses are not automatic. Quite frankly, none of the density, even in Table 2, the density that is in Table 2 is not automatic. It's not by right. It's not an entitlement. It is that is the maximum somebody can come and ask you for in a rezoning. Similarly, these bonuses are not automatic. They still require rezoning to implement them, and you have to consider in any of those cases all of the policies of the comprehensive plan to determine what the right density is. And the bonuses do not apply in the coastal high hazard area, except in very specific locations where there's infrastructure or other funding mechanisms to support that, like the CRAs. So just to make sure people understand, the lines on the map that indicate multimodal corridors, which is now like all of the corridors, they are currently in the plan today adopted transit emphasis corridors. They have some policies about supporting a built environment that encourages multimodal transportation usage, walking, biking. Through additional design and mixed-use development. And so we wanted to retain those policies in the plan. And so those are consistent with what is adopted today. And then the transit-ready corridors are a subset of that. So another item that was a big topic of discussion over the summer was the issue of where townhomes would be located in residential 10. And we came to you with what we thought might be a good compromise. Well, the state adopting Senate Bill 180 kind of undid a lot of that discussion because as we were trying to provide some more specificity to the criteria that's in the plan today, that maybe gave some people something, but it also took things away from people. It would just could be viewed as more restrictive or burdensome. So we have gone back to the language that is in the plan today, and also are bringing back future land use policy. It's now future land use policy 9.5.3 that talks about limiting those to the periphery of single-family neighborhoods. That was one of the Scrivener's errors that we emailed you about yesterday. One other item that has come up in some of the recent emails has been about the language in the plan about stories of buildings and some of the descriptive language in the future land use categories, like that it says mid and high rise for certain land use categories. That is truly descriptive language. If council wants to change it from saying mid and high rise to something else, that's fine. The reason we did not bring back the language about stories of buildings is because the land development code really regulates the height. They have a specific number, 35 feet, 50 feet. That does not necessarily equate to 3 stories or 5 stories, because a story can be 10 feet, 15 feet. Like, it's not clear. So there were potential conflicts inherent in having something about stories in the comprehensive plan. Height is really properly regulated in the land development code. But if that's something that council feels that you would like to bring back, it's all within your power tonight to make motions around that. So with that, staff's recommendation is that CPA 2404 be found consistent with the comprehensive plan, and again, transmitted to the Department of Commerce for their review, and will come back for adoption hearings. If you choose to transmit it, it would come back for adoption hearings where additional changes could still be made later this spring.
2 quick questions.
Sure.
The story versus height issue, land development code governs height.
Yes.
Why does it even need to be in there then?
It doesn't.
So we
You
could
can
just
strike it
we can
completely.
strike those, okay,
Yeah.
good. And the transit corridors, what do you need from council tonight? Because we all know how that happened. It was a Hail Mary to salvage it at the last minute. You got it?
I've compiled a bunch.
Excellent. Then I'm going to defer that question. So I saw Councilman Maniscalco.
I think you answered my question. Should this be transmitted tonight or found consistent and we vote? When is the next opportunity that we have to make any changes? You said later on in the spring?
Yeah, I think we were looking at potentially coming back in May.
Okay.
For the first reading on adoption.
Okay, because we received a lot of public comment with a lot of suggestions and a lot of differing opinions. We can make motions in May to say we can put this, we can remove this, we can.
You can also make motions tonight.
Yeah,
if any-
after tonight though.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there's multiple chances.
Okay, the flexibility is there. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Anybody, anything else?
Other questions?
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, so the community is saying that, I'm sure you read the emails, the community is saying that the planning commission staff did not listen to our motion regarding that chart. What's your response to that? So we instructed you all to remove the
Yeah,
chart.
we absolutely revisited the chart, and some of the changes we had to make because of Senate Bill 180, changing the density within, the density allowances within the coastal high hazard area had to be restored to what is adopted today, because otherwise it would have been viewed as more restrictive or burdensome. We also looked at the portion outside of the coastal high hazard area, and our recommendation to you is that bringing that up so that there's not one step up from 30 to 35 and then another step from 35 to the new density incentives in certain locations is important to make those incentives work. Because the process is already pretty complicated.
So if we just wanted to,
Yeah.
if we just wanted to take out the part that you all think is impacted by Senate Bill 180, what, do you have a recommendation on just leaving that part in or taking that part out and changing the rest of it?
Our recommendation is to comply with Senate Bill 180, that the portion of the chart that says in the coastal high hazard area needs to be made to match what the plan says today. We can't take anything away from that. The area outside of the coastal high hazard area is the area where we have said, instead of having multiple tiers of density, it should just be that in residential 35, you can ask for up to 35 units per acre. Again, this is simply saying what people are allowed to ask for. It's not guaranteed that they're gonna get the maximum.
But that always creates problems for it. Let me ask you another question. So when we were first started talking about this 2 or 3 years ago, as I look at cities that do proper planning, they create what transportation people call nodes, other planners call them neighbor commercial districts, and we had it in, you all took it out, now I think you put it back in.
Yeah.
But with that, I was tired of hearing about transit-oriented development, TOD, because it was a justification for passing a tax. And what progressive cities do, I've been to Denver and a bunch of these cities, Phoenix, a bunch of these cities that built TOD, and a lot of it is garbage that they built around it. It's low-end, poorly constructed stuff that was used to justify the taxes for the transit. Instead, I'd rather build a robust transit that's connected to the nodes that people go to. And I mentioned to you all in Singapore as an example for many cities that are planning de novo, they're building community hubs, which I call neighborhood commercial districts, that people go to. So they have a coffee shop, a grocery store, other things they can go to. And then as I looked at other cities like Seattle, they called them transit ready. And so you can build the transportation nodes, you can build the community activity, and then when you have transportation, connect it. And one of the problems that people have had trying to sell these initiatives in the past is there wasn't enough to connect it to once you get outside of the rail corridors. And so by having these transit nodes or neighborhood commercial districts that are transit ready, then we can connect the dots. You all took the transit-ready development, which is what other cities use, and you all changed it to transit-ready corridors. And the good planning I've seen says that you do it in pockets along a route. A transit doesn't stop every minute, it stops every few minutes or periodically. And so what we need to do is build the density or the node around those places. But by creating transit-ready corridors, what it sounds like to the public is that you're really playing into the hands of developers who just want unlimited growth along a corridor. And if most people don't want the whole city to be like Dale Mabry is right now with just uncontrolled sprawl, they might be okay with pockets of it. So my question to you is not to explain that, but to ask you if I didn't come up with transit-ready development, that you all changed to transit-ready corridors, what would you have called it? What was the term they used before? Because transit-ready corridors gives pro-transit people the false impression that if you take it away, you're not supporting transit. And it's the opposite. By having uncontrolled, unrestricted growth along a corridor, you're doing what developers want, and you're not building density that will enable transit.
Well, okay. I can talk.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, thank you so much for those comments. I just want to be clear for the record. We heard you loud and clear. I think it was June of 2024, or perhaps even earlier than that, about your comments about TOD. So the transit supportive development areas and the transit supportive development areas bonus is exactly what you're talking about. We haven't heard a lot about it in this update because there's very strict language, and we're calling them trigger language to enact that bonus. So that would be a bonus.
The point I'm making is
around a node.
There are a lot of transit advocates here, and I'm 1,000% in favor of transit. I put my own money in to support transit. But what I'm not in favor of is Dale Mabry style, or Fowler Avenue style uncontrolled growth. And that's what a lot of developers want. Not everyone, there are a lot of enlightened developers, but developers just want to be able to build whatever they want, wherever they want. Smart communities, smart cities build nodes so they can connect the nodes, and they build places around people, and then the transit connects that.
Yep.
And by transit-ready corridor, by changing and adding the word corridor, it seems like it's just a misnomer that acts like it's promoting transit, but really it's promoting uncontrolled growth. I don't, it seems like we need a different
Well, the
term.
transit supported development areas is the node around the transit stations when we have that transit in the future.
Well,
So-
that's back to TOD, and what I'm talking about is building the density first, and then what other cities have done is they built the density first, and then they connect it
The
instead of.
policy allows for that.
Yep.
The policy
Look,
allows
throw
for
the
that.
map up, look what they got up there.
Yeah,
Maybe you
the
could zoom in,
policy-
maybe you could zoom in on that a little bit.
Yeah, you can zoom
On the
in.
top of the, on the top
It's
of the
that.
wolf.
The policy allows, and I can pull up the policy in the plan here, but it allows for when there's certain funding in place, when there's right-of-way acquisition, when there's even a community plan that's been done that has a transit focus, it allows for that bonus to be enacted without having the transit built yet. That's the transit supported development
No,
area's
but
bonus.
what I wish, just the last point, what I wish we had done is to say, we'll build we'll build density around nodes or neighborhood commercial districts, and then leave the corridors as something else. It's really a development corridor, not a transit corridor. The transit will connect the nodes where people go to, and I wish we could clean that up, because otherwise, if we take out a transit-ready corridor, it makes pro-transit people think we're hurting transit. We're not. I'm trying to do the opposite by creating the concentrations of density so that we can connect the dots with transit.
Well, if I may just respond with two things. One, we have put back in a policy about the neighborhood commercial districts. And second, we did work very closely with Hart on the original set of corridors. Their stops are close together. And when you look at a walk shed between those stops, it ends up essentially creating a corridor because they stop buses so frequently. So I understand what you're saying, and absolutely a stationary approach for more focused, higher, fixed guideway type of transit would be appropriate, but we're also trying to support the transit system we have today.
Right, and Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, there are still ceilings here along the transit-ready corridors. So it's not just the sky's the limit. Like, there are still limits built in. And the larger bonus, the 100%, correct me, sorry, for the record, I'm not sure if it's 100%, but it is a larger bonus than the transit-ready corridors. Our transit-supported development areas is where there would be more focused growth around those stations. We even put in the plan, because of all of the community planning efforts, the Sulphur Springs Neighborhood Plan is a great example, the Hart TOD Phase 2 study, there is a policy allowing that bonus to be utilized if there is a community plan that's been in place and accepted by City Council to further that goal and that vision of transit-supported development in the city.
But just one last thing, just to reiterate the opposite. I think good transit connects where people are. The idea of creating transit stops and then building density around it is a bad idea. It looks terrible in a lot of cities that have done it. Instead, we build density and then we connect them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about long-term, not short not bus routes that stop regularly. How do we eventually overlay something bigger like BRT or rail or whatever?
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think the plan allows for both.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilman Carlson, I think what they said is exactly what you look at, that is we are hopefully, before I'm gone from this planet, City of Tampa will build a diverse, robust type of transportation system. We're not gonna build just one type. You know, we already see we have a streetcar system that we're expanding, and you can see where the corridors on the streetcar, I mean, they actually do stop frequently. So you literally could have high density anywhere along the streetcar system to be able to justify and support the density along the streetcar. If we have a BRT, you know, we're gonna have these stops. So these entire corridors are gonna be critical for BRT. I think the paradigm that you're referring to would be more of a, like I say, a light rail type of system with infrequent stops. So, you know, transit, something high speed that travels between cities maybe. You know, I get your point on that, but this is what we're trying to build, at least because some of what they've captured has been my vision in this comprehensive plan of having having a plan that fits it all. You know, that you have these categories that you can accommodate growth along these areas, and by doing this as well, it takes the emphasis off and the pressures off of the neighborhood. You know, we're trying to direct growth where we want growth, where people want growth, and away from the neighborhoods. So I think this is an important element, so we don't have to worry about, you know, encroachment into our traditional neighborhoods, our historic neighborhoods. We can build them, and, you know, you look at Tampa Heights, great example. Some places, you know, they want along their transit corridors, they want that, you know, I keep over and over and over again, I hear from those folks how they want the density along those areas. So I think that's, I think what the Planning Commission has been very responsive, at least. I hear what you're saying, but I think from the majority of people, folks on council, including myself, I think this is kind of what we've asked them to do. Councilwoman Hurtak.
First of all, I love you dearly, but whoever's phone keeps beeping, stop it. Thank you. That's why I don't have my phone on, as for one of many reasons. So I feel like I'm gonna stop every time that happens. I almost put a curse word, but I didn't. So in looking at this map, if you could pop that, if CCTV could pop that map back up. Oh no, where it was fine. Okay. Yeah, I want to see the whole thing. Like back it up so I can see the
All the way to Pasco County.
Yeah, all the way, just like back it up. So the thing that I keep hearing from a lot of folks is, you know, we want to incentivize density, and we know exactly where we want to put it. We want to put it
Everywhere but my neighborhood.
Well, no, we just, I mean, the South Tampa Peninsula has made it absolutely, completely clear, because because they're gonna get it anyway. They have so much density that's coming. They can't stop development. And we can't. We don't want to stop development. But what we're saying is we really want to incentivize it in places that don't have it right now. And so that's the thing that and I've had conversations back and forth with y'all about this already. And I just really believe that there's a way to not have that 35, the CMU 35, the CMU 30 to 35 ceiling in areas we don't want to incentivize development. And I just believe that South Tampa incentivizes development for itself, and I really want that density to go higher. That's probably going to be something that we're going to have to talk about after this, but it is a real passion of mine to try to figure that out, because it's not a place to put it. I do have a couple of questions for you. We have heard, I'm switching to transit-ready corridors now. I have that giant map there. And there's a easel if anybody wants to like be able to put it up. Kelly might come out and help. No, facing us if you could. There's an easel over there if that would be more helpful. But
I have it on the interactive map too.
Oh, you do? Awesome. Because here's my big question is, we have heard from like Armory Gardens, that area, about the proximity of Howard and Armenia together, and how those two really take over the entire neighborhood. And so my question to you is would you choose one corridor or the other?
Well, based on your motion from August, neither.
I know, but we're trying to add some back
Okay,
because
I
we
see.
have heard to add Armenia. I haven't heard anything about Howard. So if we added Armenia and didn't add Howard,
Yeah, Armenia probably has more of a non-residential pattern, and that would be more appropriate for
Okay.
redevelopment, and it connects with more roadways.
and I know you just said Howard has the bus that goes up, but I'm trying to get us to a yes here tonight. So a very basic, if you had to choose.
That's how we got to where we are now, trying to get to a yes.
I know, but we've had time to talk about it, and Armenia keeps coming up, but I'm not hearing anything about Howard, and I haven't heard anything about Rome. So I'm happy to leave those off for now and talk more to the community about it. But we have heard pretty much every other road people want to add. In fact, we got more roads that people wanted added in, and I actually have a motion to ask you to look at those going forward, but because they aren't part of the TRC already, you asked me to go ahead and just make a motion to evaluate those going forward. And those are the some of the roads that are in the East Tampa CRP that aren't on this now, but people want to have, they want to incentivize density there in the future. And I understand why we can't add it now, but we should talk about it for the future.
Yeah, we did a lot of analysis of the roads that were originally proposed, and worked, as I said, with Hart and with city staff on those. So we would want to give those new proposals that same review and recommendation back to
That's why I'll do a motion separately. So just for the folks listening, that if it's not on this TRC, but you've mentioned it, I have a motion to talk about the specific streets. And just to let people know what they are, 15th Street, 29th Street, 34th Street, and West Shore to Kennedy. So,
CTTV, can you put the map that's showing on the council monitors on the public monitors, please?
yeah.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. So it's a little bit, I was able to check this on the interactive map, that 15th was actually on our original TRC list.
Oh, okay.
So that was very easy to get back on. Can you repeat
Okay.
the other corridors? I heard there was a boom, boom, boom.
29th, 34th, and West Shore to Kennedy.
Okay.
Kennedy, I thought was an original one.
North, obviously.
West Shore, it's north. It starts right here.
Wasn't there about the West Shore
West
Planning
Shore?
District that it was kind of
Right, so
redundant?
I think West Shore,
West
Well,
Shore to Kennedy
that
was
literally
not
came from the West
the
Shore
south.
Alliance. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
I told
asking.
my staff too, by the way.
West Shore going north from Kennedy was on the original
Okay,
TRC.
well then I'd like to add that one back as well.
Okay. Can you repeat the other two? I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question? real quick?
29th and 34th.
Okay. Those were not on the original.
Okay, well then my motion will focus on 29th and 34th, later.
So if the public sees what's up there right now, with the exception of, we know Del Mabry south of Kennedy is very sensitive, and anything south of
Can you
Kennedy.
take that and
But
turn
if,
it toward the public?
If you, when you guys are public comment, if you look at those corridors, when you speak in your public comment, can you tell us whether you object to the light purple that's on there, not the maroon?
Ms. Scharf is gonna take that map and she's gonna face it toward the audience so that they can look at it.
Put it over
By
behind
Junior,
yeah.
and then they can come and kind of tell
And
us.
if you object or you support corridors, maybe you could do that in your public comment with that. But
I mean, I have a,
Yeah,
I have a decent list, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt to talk about it.
Because we know they're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, so right now, the ones that I'm looking at taking out are Howard and, Rome.
Are you done? We done now?
Yes, I'm done for now.
Okay. Councilman Maniscalco.
You had mentioned Armenia and Howard. What did you just say now about taking out Howard and Rome?
The only ones we heard about adding back was Armenia. We didn't hear anything about adding Howard back. We didn't hear anything about adding Rome back. And I know that area is already getting a lot of density.
Yeah. So in regards to Howard Avenue, I was thinking compared to Armenia, Howard has so many more historic structures because it goes up to Main Street, which is downtown West Tampa. You have cigar factories on both sides. You have Centella on Armenia, but on Howard, you go through a lot of brick structures. You go through it should be protected for the historic piece. So,
Not including it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was in our discussion in the first one when we took them out. That was part of our discussion. Councilman Miranda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maniscalco spoke really what I was going to say, part of it, but Armenia is a much longer corridor than Howard. Howard meanders further down up, but Howard becomes Armenia at Tampa Bay Boulevard when it connects.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of movement in one way or the other, where Armenia is more of a straight shot. So
Yeah.
that's, I think, one of the reasons you're looking at that.
Exactly.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, yes. This is, if there's no other questions, you have nothing else? Councilwoman Hurtak?
I also got some feedback about keeping the distance at the TRCs to 1/8 of a mile for R10.
So the proposal to narrow the R10 to 1/16 of a mile came out of our summer outreach.
Okay.
And where we communicated with a lot of neighborhoods. if there were, and we heard a lot from some of the single-family neighborhoods, many of those, the corridors have been removed completely from, like in South Tampa or in North Hyde Park, like Rome, those sorts of areas. But I guess we haven't shared that with the community, so that would be my only hesitation with, they've been shared that it was 1/16.
Okay, so then what I'll probably do is, as we're evaluating 29th Street and 34th.
We could evaluate.
What I will make a separate motion for you to look at keeping 1/8 for R10 in the newly, soon-to-be adopted TRCs that we'll
We explore
transmit
that
tonight.
and maybe work with the community.
Yeah,
on
work
that,
with the
sure.
community, kind of show them, but,
Okay.
I've heard some feedback that's okay in some of these areas.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, just because I can't help myself, just something that I want us to, because
I love that, though, thank you.
talking about the corridors a lot, just to set expectations, because I think there might also be members of the public who we haven't been able to have a touch point with. The name is what it means, transit-ready corridors. We're just trying to get these corridors when we have a very robust transit system with the density to be ready for it. This is not a map that just because the corridor is not on here doesn't mean that there won't be transit on it. It's a planning map to incentivize density in those areas. And I just want to reiterate, we worked very closely with HART when we picked the original corridors, areas that HART wants to have future transit now or in the future.
Okay.
Councilwoman Young.
I'm sure it is going to, I'm sure it's going to come up in the public comment, but I know, I just heard a lot from, of course, Tampa Heights community, VM, Ybor, and East Tampa of wanting their transit-ready corridors back. And I know I figured you're probably going to make the motion later, but I know that's going to come up. But I know, speaking with a lot of community, and they absolutely want those corridors back in, and are really looking forward to actually seeing that investment and development in those areas. And I'm glad that you brought up Sulphur Springs Neighborhood Action Plan. I'm very happy about that. So every time I hear the name, it makes me smile. So that's
Councilwoman Herzog, do you want to read those? so that
Yeah,
the
I was
public
just gonna
comment?
say, either that or possibly, I mean, I hate to do this to your map, but maybe take a highlighter.
Do we have a highlighter? I'm happy to highlight, but if somebody didn't think to bring that.
Yeah, and so if you could actually turn it this way for me, just humor me, and then we can turn it back to them. So Councilman Vieira, the only thing I really hadn't heard, I got a little bit of focus on Bruce B. Downs. I just got one or two comments, but what do you say about Bruce B. Downs?
I mean, so it's funny, I was actually gonna speak during public comment on this with some of the staff. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't heard much from New Tampa at all on this issue. So we have, I know,
Can we
right?
add it
I
back
mean,
in and then have you
yeah,
talk to them?
we can,
Okay.
absolutely, but I mean, New Tampa is one of those things where we're kind of maximized out, so to speak, whenever it comes to development. I mean, it kind of is what it is, there's not much space there at all, so to speak, with regards to New Tampa. But I can further inquire, but I haven't, and I promoted it on Nextdoor as well as on my Facebook and so forth, and not much of a response.
Okay, so then we're looking at Bruce B. Downs. Yeah, you may just want to like highlight the route. I think that would be easier. Boy Scout, which is down that little curvy space. Yeah. And we already said West Shore to Kennedy we can't do.
No, we could, it was in the.
Okay, so it's already there? Yes, West Shore north of Kennedy. Yeah, so we can add that back in.
Yeah.
The debate exists around different parts of Cyprus, so maybe we'll hold off onto that. Armenia to Kennedy, north of Kennedy. Just however far it goes.
It goes way up.
Yeah, and it should go up, yeah.
All the way to Bush.
Yeah, Fletcher.
All the way to Bush?
All the way to, or wherever it was before, how's
Yeah,
that?
I did go all the way to Bush, I believe,
Okay.
before.
And we decided to take that out and that out. MLK, Waters,
MLK. The whole corridor of MLK, or?
let's go east of the river right now, and we'll hear from folks on the rest of it.
Okay.
Waters. All of Waters,
All of water.
all of it.
Yeah, we didn't have Olive Waters originally.
Yeah.
Okay, well then put back whatever you had.
Okay.
How about that? And then we can debate adding more
Okay.
if necessary. And when I say put it, let's just go with whatever, because again, we want to make sure that this,
Sure.
I don't want to
Matches what was vetted.
I don't want to overstep what hasn't been vetted, so thank you for telling me that. So Waters, MLK, east of the river, Columbus, east of the river, again, that's going to be debatable. 22nd, 21st.
21st wasn't on there, so just 22nd.
Well, 22nd then,
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Then I'll add 21st to my
Other list.
other list. 50th and 40th.
Okay, 40th.
Nebraska's already on there. Yeah. No, just where 40th was, because I know there was a gap, because there's a lot of residential in a certain area. So whatever your
Yeah, original proposal.
original was.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
So what are we, I know we're missing a little bit in East Tampa. There's an east-west connector that goes from 40th to 50th. I'm not quite sure what that is.
Yeah, this little segment right here.
Yeah, right
is what you're
there.
talking about.
Mhm.
Okay, so.
If
adding
if
that little-
CCDV could show that, so that we could see what she's pointing to.
This piece.
I meant the wolf, but thank you.
Actually, that works, I think. no?
Well, I think it's easier for people to see on the wolf when she
Except
points
for-
to it.
except we're not
Yeah.
marking it out.
Really,
Yeah.
the-
And then there's a space where it says State Road 60 Adamo. So I don't know. I'm assuming it's that part of.
Right in here.
No, go to your left,
Okay.
right there.
Oh, right here, okay.
Yeah, I can't tell what's supposed to be highlighted there because it's covered by words. But basically, we know in that
Okay.
whole area, in the eastern part of the city, we want to incentivize development.
Yep, okay. On the bigger map, we can see.
Yeah,
that
so
there are
pretty
some
much
places
everything
under
east
that.
of Nebraska.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
just add it all back.
Okay.
Um,
Everything.
just add all of it back. It's got a lot of small little pieces in there.
Yeah.
The one area too that I didn't hear about, but I think that I'm interested to hear from, especially West Tampa, is Main Street. Main Street was on that map before. I have not heard anything about it. So if folks have anything to say about Main Street today, I think it was Main Street. It's whatever was just north of 275. North Boulevard is not on there. And I mean, we could add it to the evaluation,
Yeah.
but since it wasn't on.
North Boulevard was not on our original.
Okay, I will
map.
add it to the evaluation.
Okay, but 15th Street that you mentioned previously, Councilwoman Hurtak, was on our map? and
Yes. Yeah.
So we might want to add in.
Yes, add
15th.
15th back then.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, Main Street was not on the original map.
That's because of the historic structures.
Oh, okay, but the historic structures, okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I don't see, do you see it? It's
Okay.
Rome.
Main goes across here. So many of the north-south roads in
Oh,
that
I see.
area crossed Main, that's
Yeah.
why it might.
Okay,
have looked
okay, that's what it
but
looked like then.
Main
Okay.
itself was not.
The buffer's misleading.
Yeah, then that's fine. That's totally fine.
I have a question for council. So we have items 1, 2, and 3 on the agenda this evening. Should we move on to 2 and 3 and then take public comment?
Well, public comment's gonna be for 2 and 3 as well.
Well, but I'm saying, I don't know if there's gonna be as much. Maybe we can consolidate it all into one.
Oh, I'm happy to make a motion. I make it, well, you need separate votes on 1,
We
2, and
will
3,
need-
correct?
Yeah, well, no,
Separate
we can do
votes?
that, but I'm saying we can hear 1, 2, and 3, then take public comment on them all together.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah. Can I
Okay.
get a motion? We have a motion from Councilman Vera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, ayes have it.
Okay, I think that's all, but if y'all want to work on it a little bit while she moves on to 2 and 3, that might be good.
Councilman
Okay.
Miranda, you got something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, what Councilmember Hurtak spoke about, if you look at it, do a study, was where the streetcar covered most of that. So what comes around, goes around, comes back around.
Right.
Okay, so would you move on to the item number 2 presentation?
Yes, I'm going to turn that over to Katrina
Thank you.
Corcoran.
Good evening, Katrina Corcoran, Planning Commission staff. Item 2 is TACPA 2405. This is the housing section update, which is a part of our entire Tampa Comprehensive Plan update. As you all are aware, this was a multi-month process. This particular section was reviewed by city staff and stakeholders, and our outreach included housing organizations such as the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. This section serves as a tool to support community housing needs. The housing section has 1 proposed goal along with 5 proposed objectives, including affordability, stability, resilience, and sustainability, housing and healthy communities, supply, and access.
If you guys keep your voice down, please, because it carries.
There are a number of programs and initiatives within the policy language that support housing affordability, housing supply, and access. We have policy language on exploring opportunities for missing middle housing, historic preservation, and supportive services. Overall, this housing section is a framework for housing implementation that the city can then take and move forward with. With that, the Planning Commission found this consistent and recommends transmittal of the housing section tonight.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Councilman Maniscalco.
What does it mean, healthy communities?
So that's looking into things such as housing closer to areas like employment, being able to walk to different places, supportive services, things of that nature.
What about in regards to food deserts or communities that are, I mean, would that be included in this? I mean,
So it's similar to that, where you're trying to place the housing near services and grocery stores and things of that nature.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, we can move on to item number 3.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Diego Guerra, Planning Commission staff. This item is TACPA 2406, the Coastal Management Section Update. Again, as previously mentioned, in terms of the update approach, we did work collaboratively with city staff to review, refine, and develop the language. We did also work together with EPC and the port, and also includes environmental stakeholders like the Sierra Club. And the coastal management section serves as a tool that supports the city's programs and objectives. In terms of structure, you can see the currently adopted structure on the left-hand side of the screen, with that compared to the proposed structure. Although very similar, some things have been moved around. The proposed changes include the no net increase residential policy language has been moved to the future land use section. Policies on public expenditures are proposed to be moved to the capital improvement section. There's also an increase in resiliency and coastal sustainability. Additionally, some of the language has been reverted back to what's currently adopted. For instance, there was more restrictive language in the originally proposed regarding freeboard. That language was reverted back because of current statutes to be more encouragement and promotion of freeboard considerations. Additionally, we did further streamline the policy language and remove duplicative and obsolete policies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Planning Commission did find the update consistent with the comprehensive plan and request that you also find it and transmit it for further review by the state. This concludes my presentation.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I might just have a general question about SB 180, because some of these things we really like. Do you have like a folder where you're saving all of these changes that we can't make now that we'd like to make once SB 180 has been settled?
Yes. So I know that we do have what was proposed originally. specifically for coastal management, saved, just waiting for that sunset date.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record and the public knew that.
Councilman Maniscalco, if you want to speak.
Yeah, just real quick. You know what changed my whole perspective, or my perspective to a great degree, were the hurricanes of 24. And being, born and raised here and seeing how lucky we were, for 100 years and the damage that was done, and I don't even have to say where the areas are, like Davis Islands and all, so much damage was done. So when we talk about not just sea level rise, but storm surge, and we saw a minimal amount compared to what could happen. And then in regards to the coastal high hazard, as we move forward, because we're looking at the next several decades, that right there should be a wake-up call. Those hurricanes, the damage that we saw that was incurred, should be a wake-up call to any future development, knowing these are the most vulnerable places, and this was just the tip of an iceberg, because we still got lucky. We didn't get that direct hit, but we got enough that the damage was severe. So as we look at these policies moving forward, we have to take into consideration anything is possible. Anything could happen, and we saw that in back-to-back hurricanes and the severity of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And hearing no other questions, I have a question from the public. I know we've mentioned this Senate bill many times tonight. If there's anybody in the audience that is planning on speaking in public comment that is not familiar with SB 180, can you raise your hand? Okay. So can I get someone from staff to give a really short synopsis so they understand that? There we go. Thank you.
Dana Crosby, Collier City Attorney's Office. Senate Bill 180 was enacted in the last legislative session. It was enacted under a bill related to emergencies. However, there were two sections in that bill that expanded way beyond emergency response from the hurricanes. One was Section 18, which is a prospective ban on local governments enacting any more restrictive or burdensome amendments in the future if future storms come. But of most significance to us in the work we've been doing now for the last year almost in our office with regard to comp plan, land development code, and everything else, as you know, it's Section 28, which was retroactive to August 1st of 2024 and forbids any local government, city or county, from enacting any more restrictive or burdensome amendment to its land development code or comp plan amendment and other regulations. So that is why when we went back through this plan over the summer, we looked at it with the Senate Bill 180 focus to be sure that nothing in our proposed comp plan amendment update would offend that statute. We've seen many, many other cities and counties who have transmitted comp plan amendments to the state, and their plans have been sent back and rejected because they were contrary to the intent of Senate Bill 180. So we've been very deliberative in our process to be sure that nothing is more restrictive or more burdensome than what we had on the books August 1st of 2024.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So in a nutshell, the fine legislature in Tallahassee preempts local governments from taking anything out that's more restrictive than currently exists. So we can't do that. We're forbidden by the legislature and the governor from doing that. This, and along with a long list of other things, we're preempted for. Okay, very good. So that concludes our presentations. We're going to move on to public comment. So if you are here tonight to speak to either 1, 2, or 3, 10 at a time, only 10 at a time. If you line up against the wall. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, we'll wait. They're comfortable sitting at home. We'll wait. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to the onlines when we're ready. Yeah, okay. Mr. Fernandez, would you like to come to the podium, please? Sure. Start with your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, everybody quiet down because we're going to have speakers.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Rick Fernandez, I'm president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, here to speak on your file number TACPA 2404. I incorporate by reference the Civic Association email correspondence that was sent to you on February 16th, 2026. Copies have been provided to Attorney Shelby. There are enough copies to go around to all of you and to the clerk in case anyone would like to have a reference document before them. On background, Our recommendations are specific to Tampa Heights and are presented to you after consideration by our Land Use Committee and 11-person Board of Directors, 4 of whom are here with me tonight, either in person or, if he's still around, virtual. The board approved the recommendations during our meeting February 11, following a tutorial by PlanCom professionals Zornita and Decker. Ms. Zornita and Ms. Decker are not responsible for our work product, but their input helped to inform our discussions and our motion practice. We thank them and recognize their efforts as agents of good government. I also want to insert here a thank you to Evan Johnson, who helped us navigate this material on his own time on several visits. So I too am sad, Naya. Good government requires public participation. You can't represent us well if you don't know what we want. And quite frankly, we had to do some homework to figure out what that is. The letter that we sent to you is a reflection of that. We now think we know what we want. First, and in brevity, add the transit-ready corridor designation to the designated multimodal roadways in Tampa Heights. They are Tampa Street, MLK Boulevard, Columbus Drive, and North Boulevard. The boundaries are specified in the letter. Second, revise LU Table 1 bonuses to a uniform 1/8 mile depth in all transit-ready corridors, including for Category R10. And number 3, amend the proposed land use policy 5.2.1, pedestrian-oriented design. It currently reads that the pedestrian design policies only apply to parcels utilizing the transit-ready corridor bonus structure. We request amendment specifically that the policy apply to all parcels within the transit-supported development areas and transit-ready corridors, regardless of bonus. Tampa Heights is dominated by vehicular traffic due to major streets and I-275. We need to take local traffic off of those streets. The only way to do that is through better urban design standards, making all properties oriented toward pedestrians and other modes of travel. Respectfully submitted. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you had a question?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a question for staff. I don't know that Tampa Street is on there. I know North Boulevard is not on there, and I've added it to my things to request. And I know Florida Avenue is on there, and I don't know that Tampa Street is on there just because of its weird, the weird way it goes north-south. If Tampa Street is already on there, if we could add it back, and if it's not, just let me know and I'll add it to the.
I think it's on the street.
I think it is too, but I'm not positive. So that's.
It is.
Yeah.
That's one that I threw out there.
Okay, so Tampa's on there.
South of MLK, this is Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff.
Okay, thank you. And then Columbus, we want to add back Columbus Drive, bounded by 275 in the Hillsborough River.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think we already said that, Columbus East.
East.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You done with me?
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
it?
Fernandez.
Okay, thank you.
Walk away.
I'm done.
Ms. Sanchez.
Ms. Sanchez has 2 names. Please speak up so I know that you're here. Jamie Jones? Here. Thank you. And Linda Day? Here. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Ms. Sanchez, start with your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sandy Sanchez. I believe in going back to basics. So what you have to hear from me, you've heard before, but I think it's important. And at the onset of these planning meetings, neighborhood leaders were asked to participate. We asked for a report on the current housing statistics. We were told that there were no reports available when one of the most basic reports was available in-house. There were home sales reports as well as rental availabilities, but the biggest report was right under their noses. J.C. Hutchison, the head of Tampa Permitting, transmits a report monthly to the United States Census Bureau. That report shows the type of permits that are issued, the amount of units per permit. At the 6-month period in 2025, showed that we had already met the projected annual goals for housing and still had 6 more months to go. This was ignored. The planners never used any of these tools to get a handle on our current needs. Those comparisons between what was needed should have been compared to what was available to better set the goals for this comprehensive plan. Here we are in 2026, and so much has changed from the initiation of this project. Folks are leaving Florida in droves, including retirees, struggling families, and our hope for the future, millenniums. The dangers of catastrophic natural disasters, the political situation, high insurance rates, which are part of the challenge, dominate the reasons for this exodus. We are almost at zero population increase throughout the United States. And let us not forget that this administration has deported 675,000 immigrants, not all of them illegal. And we think we need more housing. With this information, the Planning Commission should rethink the destruction of neighborhoods for the good of the money changers. These figures are for 2025. What would be the statistics next year? City and county staffers have ignored the red flags that direct caution and have barreled forward with the unnecessary radical plan that will only fill the pockets of developers and be disastrous to our existing residents. Ideas that were proposed by neighborhood leaders and city council have been ignored. Makes you wonder who the puppet master is. There is no protection for the folks that have supported this city for years and years. This plan puts stress on our fragile infrastructure. There are no plans for mass transportation, which would eliminate the need to damage our existing neighborhoods. None of those plans have come forward. Yet the serious traffic situations and the safety concerns in the neighborhoods have gone unnoticed. They have been ignored. The American dream is not to live in a concrete infrastructure. Please think twice before you move this aggressive plan forward. It is not based on actual data that is readily available and current. It will destroy our city and harm the quality of life of our existing residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Kelly Grimsdale, VME Board. I'm here today, and I have a very short statement, so I won't be talking too long. I'm here today to express my wish that the transit-ready corridors located both in VME Board as well as East Tampa be added back into the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. As an East Tampa property owner for 22 years and a resident for 19 years now, it is very clear that our area is not thriving like most of the rest of Tampa. By adding back in the transit-ready corridors, it may attract new, smart development by providing the much-needed bonuses that developers look for when considering their next projects. By bringing in development, this will also bring in various types of housing to meet residents' needs. Not everyone wants or needs a big McMansion to live in, and this will help fill the gap for some of the missing middle housing that's so desperately needed. And namely, I'm asking that Columbus Drive, MLK Jr., 21st and 22nd Streets and 50th Street be added back into the plan. And I'm also asking that pedestrian-oriented designs be required for all development, not just the projects taking advantage of the bonuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Please start with your name.
Hello, I'm Jason Rickmans, live in Ybor, but speaking on behalf of East Tampa, I want to thank you, Mr. Evans, and also members of the City Council for always engaging with me in regards to progress. I want to request that in regards to missing middle, that we make it easier to be able to build duplexes, triplexes, and quads on, I mean, it may be a hard ask, but lots as small as 5,000 square feet like they do have in Tampa Heights. I think it's a lot cheaper to qualify for a duplex, triplex, or quad than it would be to buy a single-family house right now. And I think it would help with missing middle, as well as a lot of the people not being able to afford housing in the city. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Connie Burton. In remembrance of Reverend Jesse Jackson, he once said, "Dreams can only be fulfilled when connected to broken promises." and we've had a lot in East Tampa. I'm not quite understanding a lot about the TRC plan, but what I do see is that when we have in the past, shut down 34th Street and 40th Street exit off the interstate, how that had a profound effect economically of businesses not wanting to come into East Tampa. It is almost like there's an organized gentrification plan. And not to have those streets that the two previous speakers laid out to be part of that plan, what do that say about further economic development of East Tampa and the residents living there? As far as the housing, it should be like right now, I think you got your regional state report showing where Tampa ended up. You're not number 1. You're not even number 5. You're almost like number 19 out of 20 states. And so we have come to you in a variety of different ways saying we need different housing options. Right now in East Tampa, homes costing about $750,000 is ridiculous when wages is not keeping up with that. So people say we need manufactured homes, container homes, ADL. Where is that in this plan? I hear sustainability, resiliency, all that sound good. But when we put it to the table for the people to be able to digest, which one of you have courage to do it? And it's quite disgusting to continue to keep asking this body of Democrats to do the right thing. I can't look to no other place. I can't look to Washington. I can't look to Tallahassee and say who the bad guys when I'm looking right here. Improve housing condition for working class people, open up the process so economic development can flow fluently inside of economically depressed communities. Not to do it is say that you're a part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Hey.
Thank you.
No. We don't clap, we don't snap, we don't boo, we don't anything. Thank you. Miss Bennett. Have a good night.
Ms. Bennett has 7 names. Please speak up so I can acknowledge that you're here. Bobby O'Brien. Thank you. Linda Hanna.
Here.
Thank you. Johanna.
Here.
Thank you. Catherine Sanders.
Here.
Thank you. Paula Perry.
Here.
Will Hall.
Here.
Yvonne Forelli.
Here.
7 additional minutes for a total of 10.
Thank you. Start with your name. You have 10 minutes.
I have a PowerPoint presentation if they could bring that up.
CTTV, can you bring Carol Ann Bennett's PowerPoint presentation up, please? There we go.
Thank you. Carol Ann Bennett, lifelong Tampa resident. I often hear council members ask, if we don't approve this, can they build a Ritz-Carlton like the one on Bayshore? You ask this because that monstrous tower is a threat that is used often. And it is a powerful threat because there is a vast dislike of that tower and all high-rises that are located in the wrong place. Some council members think they must approve anything similar. They don't know they can say no. They don't understand that some land uses allow high-rises, but R50 is not one of them. That the Ritz property is R50 and a tower is completely inappropriate for it. That high-rises on medium-density flues should not be used as a threat because council can and should deny them based on what's in the comp plan now. So it is very important to keep it in the comp plan. The comp plan designates the properties that are appropriate for high-rises, and they should only be built there. Council does not have to approve them elsewhere, and council should not approve them elsewhere. All you must do to keep your power is to keep this language that is already approved. And we want you to keep the word mid-rise. Please keep it. We just want the height guidelines too. So if council feels pressured to say yes because of threats like the Ritz, you will have the power to deny it, to protect us from something we don't want. This is the story behind the tower that is wielded as a threat. We used to have a lovely 2-story apartment complex on Bayshore called Bay Oaks. It had 30 big, beautiful live oaks that were on the verge of becoming grand trees. There were about 190 small, affordable units for average families. A small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment was $13.95 a month. Smaller units are cheaper, so this provided affordable housing for average families. And because it was small, there was plenty of room for 3 dozen big shade trees. The trees mitigated flooding and climate change and cooled the air. But the related group saw Bayshore and they wanted it. They wanted to build 180 huge uber luxury condos. It was fewer total units, so it didn't create more housing. In fact, some would be investments or second homes, not homes for Tampa residents. It meant destroying missing middle housing, displacing families, and cutting down priceless, hardworking live oaks. This is what replaced the trees and the affordable housing. This is what is now used as a threat. To create these units with more square footage than a 2-story house, they needed to go up and up and up and up. They should not have been allowed because this property was R50, which is not for high-rises. But instead of doing it the right way and asking for a higher land use, they did an end run with a PD. Because PDs have no height limit. They said a PD made it okay to bulldoze 2-story buildings and build 27-story high-rises in R50. If this had been denied, maybe the small apartments would still be gone, but if the new buildings were only 8 stories and the units were smaller, they would have been less expensive and more attainable than these sky-high condos. The comp plan says R50 is typically 8 stories. So how did this pass? The rezoning was during COVID, and council meetings were virtual. It took a while to work out the kinks, and the public had to go to the convention center, where they had a kiosk with a camera and a mic. This quashed public comment. No one would risk getting sick, including me. There are height guidelines in the comp plan right now for several flus. Why take them out? They are just guidelines. Council has the option of approving higher buildings, but without the guidelines, you have no reference point. These guidelines do no harm. They are approved by the state, and they should remain in the comp plan along with the word mid-rise, where they have been for years. Please keep the height guidelines that are already approved. Tampa has plenty of land where high-rises can be built. We don't need more. The word high-rise is proposed to be added to R50. Don't add it. High-rises threaten our safety. At a hearing, City Council was told that the response standard for a single alarm at a high-rise with no smoke or fire, they gave the example of burnt toast, is 43 firefighting personnel. That requires all of the 8 stations you see crossed out in blue. If it increases to a second alarm, it requires 80 personnel, which would require all 14 of the stations you see crossed out on this map. If any of them are already on a call, a station even farther away must respond in their place. All these crossed out stations are unavailable for other emergency calls. That could cost someone their life. High-rises strain the fire department's resources. The response standard for a single alarm in a high-rise is 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Only the purple areas on this map can meet that requirement. All of the gray areas on the map cannot meet the requirement. Our fire department cannot meet the response times for some areas where high-rises are already allowed. Why would you add high-rises where you know the fire department cannot meet these standards? High-rises strain the fire department's resources and threaten public safety and health. Please don't create more properties where high-rises can be built. Do not add the word high-rise to the R50 description. Originally, the Planning Commission proposed eliminating bonuses in the CHHA. That would have slightly reduced the potential units that could be built in Tampa. To compensate for that, they proposed increasing the by right density in 7 land use categories. That reason for higher by right density is gone now because of SB 180. Bonuses are added back to the CHHA, so we no longer need this increase in by right density. Keep things the same. Keep the by right densities we have now. If you raise them, it is permanent. You will never be able to claw them back to what they are now. If you increase the by right density, you remove some of the incentive to bonus. We should encourage bonuses. We aren't asking for changes to the bonus density that are proposed. We only want to keep the by right densities that are in the comp plan now the same. Bonuses create affordable housing and put money into the CIP fund. Free by right density would reduce revenue to the CIP fund. The by right density does the opposite of targeting density. It puts it citywide. They're going to jump on it in South Tampa, and those places will be in the CHA soon, but then you won't be able to take it away. Why would you give something away for free? Free density will mean less public benefit and less money for CIP. The reason for change is gone. Keep the current, approved, adopted densities that are in the comp plan now as by right densities. This is not a problem with SB 180. Tallahassee has no problem with keeping things the same. Here is my list of 3 things that we should keep the same. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I have some handouts as well.
We have a hard time keeping him in a seat. True.
Hi, good evening, Council. Dana Jasper. I'm here before you tonight with 2 things. Thing 1 is proposed LU Policy 3.2.1. Council directed the Planning Commission to revisit this policy. In response, the Planning Commission states, quote, "The revised language mirrors the adopted locational criteria requirements in the adopted comprehensive plan." This statement is incorrect. Under the currently adopted comp plan, rezonings to neighborhood commercial and residential office within residential 20, 35, 50, and 83 may be considered only if all criteria are met. The criteria paragraphs are connected by the word "and," making them cumulative requirements. However, the proposed language of LU Policy 3.2.1, number 2, uses the word "or" between these items A, B, and C. This is a substantive policy change. It lowers the standards by allowing rezonings to be considered if only one criterion is met, rather than all. As written, the revised language does not mirror locational criteria of the currently adopted plan. My first request is straightforward. Please replace the word "or" with "and" between items A, B, and C in LU Policy 3.2.1, Item 2, so that the policy accurately mirrors the currently adopted comp plan. Thing 2 is in regard to the building height language for medium density future land use R35 and R50. The current land use category matrix lists a key character for these categories as having building heights that are typically up to 8 stories. In the proposed comp plan update, the Planning Commission has removed this language entirely. You may recall a rezoning in January of 2025 where I presented research data of every FLU R35 parcel in the South Tampa district, 656 in total. The data showed that there are 0 buildings that exceed 8 stories. Fewer than 1% are 5 to 8 stories, and an overwhelming 98.1% are 1 to 4 stories. Additionally, over a 103-year period, not a single building over 8 stories has been constructed on FLU R35 in the South Tampa district. The historical data supports retaining the existing height language. Keeping the language of typically up to 8 stories imposes no hardship, reflects reality, and preserves established development patterns. My second request is that the language of typically up to 8 stories be restored for both FLU R35 and FLU R50, So council, my two things are straightforward requests for adjustments to the proposed comp plan update. Please make these adjustments before transmittal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thing one and thing two. I give you an A for creativity.
I A for creativity. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Ms. Meckley has one name, Joanne Nucio. Here. Any relation to the former mayor?
Yes, sir.
All right. So a total of 4 minutes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Start with your name. You have 4 minutes.
Paula Meckley. Good evening, council. I appreciate that the Planning Commission has worked long on this, this particular plan. However, several requested changes from past reviews remain unresolved, and in some cases, the revisions alter the original intent of the policies. Sometimes, with her example, one word changes the entire meaning of the policy, and that's what's happened throughout this. First, regarding the free by right in the 7 future land use categories, why can't they leave it just the way it is? Why are we giving away this free by right? It's something about, oh, we don't want to do a bonus on a bonus on a bonus. It doesn't matter. It should stay the way it is. That change, I respectfully ask that staff go back and add the original framework. And if the terminology is confusing, then change the category names. It's that simple. Second, in the R50 category, again, they added the word high rise here, but they're telling us they can't add they have to take out typically 8 stories, but they can add high rise here. That's confusing to me. I think we need to remove the word high rise from the R50 because it was never intended to be high rise. And we need to add back in R35 typically 8 stories because that's the way it's always been. And over 100 and whatever years, we have not one building that's misinterpreted that and has come above 8 stories, not one in the South Tampa district, not one. So my fourth thing is in the single family policy, LU 5.3.9. They've added the word high density. I think we need to put that back to medium density. Most established single family neighborhoods transition from single family into medium density into high density. They don't go directly from single family to high density. That is going to set a precedent that may unintentionally open the door to incomparable zoning for future land use decisions. And lastly, LU policy 5.3.14, which replaces former 2040 policy 9.5.4. The current language removes protective elements that previously helped preserve single-family detached neighborhoods. I respectfully ask that staff rewrite policy 5.3.14 to align with the intent of the policy 9.5.4. And we asked this at the last time. It didn't happen. This could be accomplished by incorporating the language that was previously included. Maintain the current density and character of existing single-family neighborhoods. Protect areas of the lowest intensity of development that are currently in predominantly single-family residential use or that have environmental or infrastructure constraints, such as environmentally critical areas. Those words provide clarity and defensibility should zoning decisions be challenged in the future. Clear policy language protects not only neighborhoods, but it protects you, the city. I also understand that the updates may be permitted after transmittal and due with SB 840 currently moving through the legislature, there may be the opportunity for us to restore the things that we did for the high coastal hazard that we removed because of SB 180. So my request is maintain consistency, preventing unintended expansion of intensity, and ensuring that the plan reflects deliberate policy choices, not incremental shifts through wording changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paula. Luke? Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Luke Surak, Good morning, Chair and Council members. My name is Luke Surak, Director of Permitting for Domain Homes. We want to thank the council, city staff, and everyone involved for the work that has gone into the proposed comprehensive plan and future land use updates. These are not easy decisions, and we recognize the amount of effort it takes to balance community input, infrastructure realities, and the long-term future of the city. We are here today to express our strong support for moving this plan forward. We understand that there may still be areas where council wants to make final refinements, and we respect that process. But we also believe it's critical that this plan continues advancing without unnecessary delay. Tampa is growing quickly, and the city needs a framework that supports smart, predictable planning. We strongly support responsible density and thoughtful housing expansion. Like many Florida communities, Tampa is facing a housing affordability crisis. And while there is no single solution, we all know that increasing housing supply is a major part of improving affordability over time. All housing is good housing, whether it's single family, townhomes, apartments, workforce housing, or mixed-use development. Every new unit helps relieve pressure on the market and gives residents more options. As a young man who grew up in Tampa, I personally believe higher density will create a more competitive housing market, which should help affordability for young people like me who want to build a future in Tampa. Overall, we believe this plan is good for Tampa. It supports a stronger future, encourages development in the right places, and helps ensure the city remains competitive, livable, and inclusive. We would also caution against letting disagreement over small portions of the plan derail the entire effort. In our view, more than 95% of this plan makes Tampa better. Let's not get stalled by the 5% that may still be debated and that we can still work on. This is a long-term decision. It's about what's best for the city as a whole, not just today, but for future residents, workers, families, and businesses that will call Tampa home. We respectfully urge council to support this plan and continue moving it forward. Thank you for your time and service to the city.
Thank you, Luke. Have a good night.
You too.
Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening.
Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Taryn Sabia, here with Tampa Heights Civic Association. Nearly 20 years ago, I stood at the podium for the first time and I asked council to be visionary, to adopt policy necessary to prepare and guide Tampa's future. Today, I'm not asking our council members to be visionary, but rather to catch up on where our community is behind. My requests today focus on Tampa Heights, but I hope that other neighborhoods will see value in the applicability of what we request. Our 3 requests address the transit-ready corridor designation, the transit-supportive development areas, and the pedestrian-oriented design element. Tampa Heights is a growing neighborhood that supports connectivity, and it is a nexus neighborhood, joining downtown to several other urban neighborhoods. The transit-ready corridors are necessary to support the ongoing development that we have seen recently, to reduce future congestion, and to ensure the higher quality of life that Tampa Heights has been working to build. We ask that the transit-ready corridor designation be designated for what have become the multimodal roadways in Tampa Heights, including Tampa Street, MLK, Columbus Drive, and North Boulevard. The transit supportive development area will direct growth and density to the corridors, which will help to preserve the character of the neighborhood, direct growth to areas where the neighborhood feels it is most appropriate, cluster density to support existing and future transit, and provide right-sized density on the corridors to sustain thriving retail and commercial activity. So we ask that the land use table 1 bonuses to be the uniform 1/8 mile depth in all transit-ready corridors, including for category R10. And finally, the pedestrian-oriented design is essential to development within transit supportive development areas. For transit-ready corridors, in order to ensure safety, to support walkability, enhance retail and residential experiences, and to serve to connect adjacent neighborhoods, fabric, streets, and infrastructure. So we ask that the amended and proposed land use policy 5.2.1 pedestrian-oriented design that currently reads pedestrian-oriented policy be throughout all development within those corridor areas. Thank you to the Planning Commission staff, to city staff, and to the council members. And for the record, thank you to Evan Johnson for 20 years of service to this community. I'm embarrassing him right now because he's shaking his head. But this was the most perfect role that I had imagined all the way back, starting in 2007, sitting at my kitchen table, writing a technical assistance grant for the city.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
Evan.
much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Hello there. If I put money on transit-oriented development as your first topic, would I win?
2 names, please. James Pollen. Here. Claire May. Here. Thank you. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Hi there.
Hello. Dana Lazarus. I live in East Tampa, North Ybor neighborhood 33605. I first want to say, no, I don't think anyone said it, but SB 180 only applies to 3 years after a declared disaster, which I believe at this point will be 2027. So I know it's a big deal, but it's also kind of like it has an expiration date, and so we really do need to be forward thinking about what we're going to do after that 3 years. Okay, so I'm here to support strong density bonuses. I liked the way they were written originally by the Planning Commission. I'm just grateful at this point that they weren't removed. Overall, I support increasing density, creative housing types, and mix of uses to promote walkability. The state is actually moving forward with 2 bills, an ADU bill and a starter homes bill that will preempt you guys and decrease minimum lot sizes and allow ADUs by right. Our local communities aren't keeping up with the fact that we need increased density in order to build more, have more supply, and prices go down. There are lots of studies that show that, and I personally support that. I'm also here to ask that you put the rounding up policy back in the plan. Nobody's mentioned that yet. But this was a common sense policy that encourages developers to build an extra unit on a single parcel that can handle the mass. So rather than spreading units out across additional parcels, simply because the floor area ratio math results in a fraction of a unit. In other words, currently if the FAR pencils out to 0.9 of a unit, the developer cannot build that unit. The new rule would allow rounding up from a reasonable fraction like 0.8 of a unit. I'm also here to request that you put the transit-ready corridors back in the plan. I personally want to see all of them put back in. They were there for a reason. So SB 180 encourages incentives. I also believe that incentives are a great way to direct growth in the way that that growth needs to go. Build where we want to build. 2 easy ways to do that. Allow density bonuses and reduce parking minimums and requirements, which is a big one for me. So what better place to implement those 2 incentives than around existing and planned transit corridors and hubs, right? I also would like to ask you to please widen the buffer back to 1/8 of a mile from 1/16 of a mile. These transit-ready corridors will create boundaries and areas that can act as a tool that we can implement in the future to encourage public transit development, similar to business improvement districts that fund public transit. This is an important tool. So widening it back to 1/8 is reasonable. I actually believe the buffer should be up to 1/2 mile, honestly. That is a best practice. That is a walk shed. I actually read a Facebook comment today saying that people are walking up to a whole mile from their homes to get to a bus stop. But the thing is, to Bill's concern, our existing and planned transit stops in this urban environment are not a whole mile in between them. And even if there was a whole mile in between our transit stops, that would mean that at any given point in a corridor, you are at 1/2 mile or less from a bus stop if they were a mile apart. So that's the math. Ultimately, the density can come first before transit, but it's harder and slower. Developers want proof, a supportive policy in place before they invest. The issue seems to be more about form and aesthetics. I really appreciate that, especially as far as beauty and storefronts and things encourage walkability, right? But those things are primarily regulated through code, And so you will have the opportunity to regulate those things. I also believe that nodes should be walkable neighborhood districts where cars are actively discouraged. West Shore, Downtown, University, and Ybor are not enough districts to justify a functional transit system or support the legendary longevity of this city. We have to provide walkability in between them. Definitely include 15th Street as a transit-ready corridor, 22nd Street, 40th Street, 56th Street. These are all ones that I frequent. Cypress, North Boulevard, etc. All the ones Lynn mentioned. Thank you, Lynn, for naming all of them. I support my friends in I spoke with my friends in South Tampa and Than, and there were things we agreed on. We agree we need more affordable housing. We agree we need better public transit, and we agree that we need more mixed-use walkable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nicole Pederica, and tonight I'm speaking as a board member of the Tampa Heights Community Association. Before I jump into my spiel, I just want to ad-lib say that I love that this sort of turned into a little bit of a workshop. I don't know that that's what everybody planned on, but I think it was helpful to kind of collect everything and put it, this is what can happen tonight. So thank you for that. I want to thank Hillsborough County Planning Commissioners, Ms. Zornita and Ms. Decker, as well as Evan Johnson for their help in informing the Tampa Heights Community Association. And I want to say that with clear guardrails, we look forward to greater density in our neighborhood. I'm going to reiterate some of the things that have already been said. One, we want to preserve our neighborhood character, and with the TRCs and some of those things, we're talking about directing development where we want it, and just instead of it just going willy-nilly everywhere. Two, we want to direct growth where appropriate, again, along those corridors. And three, cluster density around existing and future transit. So our ask is to add the transit-ready corridor designation to the designated multimodal roadways in Tampa Heights. That is Tampa Street, MLK Boulevard, Columbus Drive, and North Boulevard. In our document that we sent to you, we talked about those being bounded essentially by Tampa Heights. I'd ad-lib here that that would be sort of secondary to our ideal, especially with those east-west corridors. I think as a Nexus neighborhood, we would love to see those extend all the way. Two, we'd like to revise LU Table 1 bonuses to a uniform 1/8 mile depth in all transit-ready corridors, including for category R10. And three, amend the proposed land use policy 5.2.1 pedestrian-oriented design so that it reads, to address all parcels within the transit supportive development areas and transit ready corridors regardless of the bonus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kim Headland. I am a 25-year resident of VM Ybor and East Tampa. I'm also an architect and actively contributed to East Tampa's most recent overlay revisions. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask if those transit-ready corridors serving VM Ybor and East Tampa be added back to the comprehensive plan update, and it seems like we're on that path forward, so huge thank you to all of you. As a design professional, I strongly support thoughtful, predictable, contextual density, and the East Tampa transit-ready corridors, as originally proposed in August, provided just that, a predictable density. They allowed us to direct density to places that can be supported while protecting the scale and character of our East Tampa neighborhoods. Directing density is not just some extreme concept, it's actually best practice in the planning world, and corridors like MLK, Columbus, 15th Street, and 22nd Street are historic commercial spines. They're already served by transit and already connect our neighborhoods to the greater urban core. If we're serious about housing affordability and reducing transportation costs, growth belongs along those corridors that were originally indicated. Removing the East Tampa transit-ready corridors from the plan will likely either push that higher density development into less appropriate or desirable locations, or more than likely discourage reinvestment altogether. East Tampa has experienced decades and decades of underinvestment. So I'm not clear on why we would take a step back from a clear, equitable growth strategy for East Tampa now. This is East Tampa and VM Ybor is a community where a significant portion of land remains zoned for single-family use, R10, R20. That zoning pattern limits housing choices. It constrains reinvestment, and it makes it difficult to support neighborhood-serving retail and services. On the flip side, the increased residential density along those hopefully added transit-ready corridors help create a population base necessary to attract things like grocery stores to a food desert. It supports small businesses and neighborhood-scale commercial uses. It supports job creation. It stimulates local economic activity, and it expands housing options for seniors, young professionals, and working families who wish to remain within the East Tampa community. Finally, the manner in which these East Tampa corridors were removed was somewhat concerning, and I understand what happened back in August, but our council seat was vacant. And so I personally truly appreciate the outreach that has happened between August and now to get here, including the workshop that happened earlier this month and the conversation that happened before public comment. Incredibly helpful. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Council. Nicole McInnes at Barbas Kramer Law Firm. My address is 2002 West Cleveland for the record. Excited to be here tonight in support of the comprehensive plan. It's been a long road with this plan, and the city and the Planning Commission have done a wonderful job with public engagement to get us to this point. In addition to navigating serious legal and bill changes that would have affected this plan, there are great additions in this comprehensive plan, like the coastal development area concept and the affordable housing bonus. This will help property owners and developers target critical areas in the city that are ripe for development and redevelopment. It's a very easy to read document and is very clear to developers, property owners, and Tampa residents what can and cannot be developed in the city. This comp plan will continue to further the city's efforts with resiliency and affordable housing. In addition, the development community and Tampa residents need this process to be wrapped up to provide some certainty on what can and cannot be developed. The comp plan has been pending for a very long time, and it's uncertainty to everyone in the community as well as the development community. We strongly hope that tonight is the beginning of the end of this process. We're looking forward to council transmitting this comp plan tonight and working with the city on its continued efforts with the Land Development Code update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dan Coakley. I'm a resident of Tampa Heights and a principal of PMG Affordable. We're a residential developer largely of affordable housing and mixed income housing across Florida and other states up and down the East Coast. You may recall that we are Tampa Housing Authority's development partner on the redevelopment of Robles Park Village, which is moving forward in a great way. Won't take up time to update you now, but we're here really to support the city's great efforts with respect to the comp plan. We're here to support it, particularly excited as it relates to the affordable housing components of it. We think that the density bonus associated with affordable housing can continue to, propel the city forward in meeting its aggressive and really good affordable housing goals and delivery of affordable housing, as well as incentivize mixed income housing development from the development community. We're also very interested in the coastal development area concept as it relates to improving the city's resiliency with storms, and as well as guiding developers to target key areas. So, we certainly hope that the council transmits this tonight. We think that, great things are ahead for the city, and PMG, looks forward to continuing to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Todd Randolph, and I am an advocate for all measures that promote a sustainable society with smart and stable growth for the future. I'm here tonight to lend my voice to the common chorus that is petitioning you to encourage density and modern mass transit. Concerning these items, this is best done in 3 measures: Please restore all transit-ready corridors that were removed. Please restore the rounding up policy, and please support the proposed strong bonus density. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. Eric Gardino with the Bay Area Apartment Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'll be brief. There's a lot of good things in this latest version of the comp plan. It continues to support things like adaptive reuse. It certainly encourages more opportunities for multifamily development with higher levels of density. It streamlines a lot of items and makes it a little easier and more comprehensible for folks to utilize the document. I will note a couple of things, though, just to put on the record. One, very encouraged by the conversation today about adding additional corridors back into the plan. I think that makes a lot of sense. Some of our members have mentioned that, we'd like to see more corridors near some of the developments that are already in place. So there's that. Second, also encouraged by the discussion about there's going to be multiple opportunities to come back and refine as this process continues to move forward. Along those lines, we've started to undertake a look at the densities that are being utilized right now in multifamily construction, that recent construction and proposed developments, to make sure that they're matching up with what the maximum densities are available in the different land use categories. When we're done with that exercise, we'll bring that information back to you, back to the Planning Commission. On that part, Planning Commission, I should have started with that. You guys have been awesome in terms of working with the community, working with different stakeholders throughout this process, and we really appreciate their engagement with everybody. But along those lines, again, we're very pleased with a lot of what's in here. Reminded earlier today, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good,
Yes.
enemy of the perfect. I forget, whichever way that works.
You got it.
With the caveat that there will be opportunities to make further adjustments as needed as additional information comes to light.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Council, good evening. Jake Kramer with Barbas Kramer. I also want to thank staff. This has been a several-year journey. We've been at this a long time. So my main message tonight is, let's move this forward. Let's at least take this to the step of getting the state's comments to give us all direction. We'll have several months to continue working out some of the good comments that we've had tonight. I think it's time to move this forward and give the community certainty. Because I get a lot of calls right now from folks who are looking at investing in Tampa, and they're saying, what's the status of this plan? I really like this new plan, but I can't make some proposals I would like to now because it hasn't moved forward yet. The other thing I did want to mention is, just for the public, on March the 2nd, to make sure that for those of you who are really interested in the nuts and bolts and the design details, March 2nd, the city is having its sort of unveiling of the land development code. So that'll be the next step, and we really need to move this forward to be able to get there and have the conversation. I wanted to mention two situations that I've seen before council recently that I think the new density and bonus structure will help with. The first one is, there's probably several examples. The most recent I can think of is there was a project, not one of mine, by the way, but there was a project on Rocky Point, the Rusty Pelican project, where everyone sort of agreed that the sentiment was this project makes a lot of sense to have bonus density. There was some discomfort, though, that the bonus, when it was the bonus as it was developed, and the constraints were that the developer had to go way, way, way off of Rocky Point to actually make that investment. And so the investment really wasn't in the neighborhood. Everyone seemed to dislike that idea, but that was the only way to move the project forward, and so it did. And so what I would suggest is this bonus structure helps fix that, because we can be very specific in where those investments are going to go, right into the neighborhoods that are going to be impacted. And then the second situation that I think it could help with is what Ms. Ornita mentioned of sort of dissuading comp plan map amendments, right? Because I can tell you, if I have a client that says, Jake, should I go for a map amendment or should I go with a bonus structure, even though council has discretion of whether I get it? I promise you, I'm going to be recommending that second option all day long. And the reason why is that there's more certainty for everyone, right? Because we're going to write these bonuses into the land development code. Everybody's going to know from day one, how do I qualify? And so I think it'll lessen your workload by streamlining and helping everyone understand what does our plan look like. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I know. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Adria Curioso. I am a citizen of Ybor. Been living in Tampa my whole life. I'm an average citizen, so apologies in advance if I misuse terminology in any capacity. But my general understanding is that the general consensus is that we are here to support more dense development rather than urban sprawl. And I understand there's some concerns about how we go about that. But from what I've seen and experienced, communities don't pop out of thin air. You need connections between communities in order for those communities to grow. And so I believe that, strengthening our transit in between areas is how we can encourage more density between different nodes of communities. I am a person who uses transit pretty regularly, if not almost exclusively, and I think that this city that I've lived in my entire life is great. I love it, but it is one of the worst places to be using public transit. It's not great, and I happen to be a very privileged person in that I am ambulatory. A lot of the transit users that I know and commute with on a regular basis have, disability issues. And so this idea that, we should be restricting any transit use of any kind or making it harder for people to access is in order to keep development a specific way, it to me seems ridiculous. And I know there was concern about Dale Mabry style development, whatever that might mean. But I think it's important to note that that type of development happened without transit corridors in place. And so I think we need to be trying different things and not doing what we've always done in Tampa, which is focus on cars all the time. There are multiple studies by people that are way smarter than me that have already shown how we can improve. And a lot of people have already said multiple things that make a whole lot of sense to me as a layman. And I think it's important to keep in mind that the people that are already here should be factored into your decisions when, planning for the city, not just, making it enticing for developers. We live here now, and it's good to try and bring outside money in, sure, but the citizens that are here now are more important, in my opinion, if not just as. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, Allie Angadovich. I'm a South Tampa resident. I'm here to speak about the proposed future land use amendments and my wholehearted support for adding in back all of the TRCs that were recommended to be removed or directed to be removed after the August meeting. And I was very pleased to see many of the specific corridors added back in tonight. And also keeping the TRC bonus buffer at 1/8 of a mile along the entirety of those corridors. Many of these corridors connect employment centers, the West Shore District, Downtown District, MacDill Air Force Base, and with that additional variety and availability of housing options for our workers. And I'm particularly thinking of one of my best buddies who is around my age, currently living with his parents and commuting regularly between Brandon and West Shore multiple times a week. And one of the main reasons for that is because of the lack of a variety of affordable housing options. So these TRCs will allow for more land use flexibility as a base. And then thinking of all of the things that I heard tonight, tree preservation, height, historic protections, promoting factory-built options, smaller lot sizes, stormwater requirements, design requirements to encourage smaller units. All of this can be accomplished through the zoning. Highly encourage us to use the land development code to do all of that as opposed to putting that into these comprehensive plan amendments. And I would also add parking enforcement as something to consider, something that I heard a lot about from South Tampa residents in attending the meetings last summer. And this also allows us to add affordable housing incentives on top of that. So public land use, subsidy to builders, and subsidy down payment and rental assistance directly to tenants and potential home buyers. So again, support adding back in the TRCs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Stephanie Pointer, you'll be the last speaker this evening, is that correct? Anybody else? Oh, we have the online, that's right, so last in person. Oh, and Naya's grandmother. You can remain seated, you don't have to stand up.
Oh, sorry.
Who are you? And you have 3 minutes.
Pointer
Oh, you
has a
don't have to
list
do that. Oh,
of
yeah.
7
Oh,
names.
oh,
If you
yeah,
just
people.
acknowledge,
You have
actually,
people.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Donna Dale Smith. Here. Thank you. Don Roberts. Here. Claudia Roberts. Here. Annalise Meyer. Here. Victor DeMaio. Here. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 3. That's 8.
Ms. Pointer, start with the name, you have 8 minutes.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I want to start by saying that I support all of the neighbors who came tonight to ask for things for their neighborhoods. I support neighborhoods making choices for neighborhoods, not preemption by anybody who doesn't live there. Number one, the by right density needs to stay the same citywide because City Council asked the Planning Commission to make that change. Why it wasn't done, I don't know. Seems like they did a whole lot of other changes. By ignoring this, you are costing the city valuable funding. Valuable funding, because you know I'm cheap and I want our tax dollars to be spent in the best way possible. But when you give away these things for free, guess what? We get nothing. We get no money for infrastructure, we get no park improvements, we get nothing. But the bonus program gets us something. Duh. We have enough issues of underfunding things and giving things away for free in this city without giving that away too. I have 2 additional 5-minute fixes. Number 1 is on the back page of the blue and white stuff, and I really, this cannot be transmitted as is because it screws our whole peninsula. It says the maximum density applies to all lands within the CHHA and as established on August 4th, 2021, with the exception of the coastal development areas. Why do we have to put this in here? There's no reason for it. It's not in the current plan. Why do we have to put this in here? We are nailing ourselves down to what we have now. So if we have the real deal hurricane where we get a Cat 5 that rolls over this community and they change the CHHA to the entire peninsula, we're still screwed to this. Once you allow this to go off your table tonight, I'm really kind of disappointed that we aren't working through this tonight, as many of the community have asked for. The second thing, on the current comp plan, we have all these definitions. Typically, it sounds good. For you guys who are not land use experts, it's helpful to know that typically 24 stories. Typically 8 stories, typically 5 stories. But yet, this little nifty little chart right here has left out all of it. And I wrote down how many stories each one of those are supposed to be on your chart. But ultimately, here's what's important about that. Why do we have to take it out? There's nothing that says that you can't change the height. City Council can change it to 50 stories high. But if you don't know what it should be or what it typically is, how do you know what it should be? And like Carol Ann brought up, she brought up the whole fire stuff. Well, remember, we got these guys rolling up in here now wanting to build 7-story plywood palaces, and Chief Tripp and other members of TFR have admitted that we do not have fire trucks that go up more than 5 to 6 stories, depending on the setbacks. So we're going to build 7-story buildings, but if nobody tells you how tall they can be already, then how are you supposed to know? Because nobody up there is a land use expert. Nobody up there is a land use expert. And I'm not a land use expert, but here's the other problem with taking this all out. When we come in front of you and we ask you for something, there's 2 ways that you can answer it. 1, it's consistent with the comp plan, or 2, it's inconsistent with the comp plan. If you take this out of the comp plan, guess what? It's not a basis for denial or a basis for acceptance. Now, some people would think that you guys are just mean and don't accept everything that comes in front of council, but I gave you the data not 3 weeks ago that shows that you guys approve 92% of what comes before you. 92%, that's a really, really high number. It's very predictable that most of the time, unless somebody brings poop in front of you, that you're going to approve it. So I don't understand why people are scared to death to put these suggestions in here for a group of novice land use people. And land use is hard. I mean, this flu stuff is very difficult. The other issue is, let's see, the CHHA thing just drives me bonkers. Oh, and the commercial restricted. Why is that only for the coastal high hazard? It's only for the coastal high hazard. Yes, absolutely, I want it. But why can other parts of the city not have commercial restricted? And if a developer wants to come in here and build a grocery store or whatever they want to build, why can't they ask for it in any part of the city where they're guaranteeing that they're going to build commercial? Because here's the problem. The problem with the neighborhoods isn't that they're building too much commercial, it's they're building too much residential and building it too big and too ugly. So why would we not allow that commercial restricted for every place in the city? I don't understand it. Let's see. Oh, and bonuses. The big thing, it's funny because I agree with Jake Kramer. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so that probably won't ever happen again. But bonuses, why aren't they easier? Everybody that I talk to, the developers that I have communications with, say that right now the bonus process is a pain in the butt. And that's one of the reasons why they don't want it. Well, if you streamline and write an SOP for how to do the bonus programs, then wouldn't it make it easier? And then we would actually, the bonuses would benefit the community without giving away our density for free. That's just, it makes no sense. We give away, look at our mobility. We've been selling the city for $1,277 for so long that I was 18. I couldn't even drink when they made that rule until you guys passed it this year. I can't wait to see the land development, the study, the fee study for land development and construction services, because I think they're going to be just as ugly, if not worse. So tonight, you cannot pass something that's going to give away more of our city for free for no good reason, when you could simply use the bonuses and let people do what they want. You make those decisions, not somebody who sits in a back room without any observation from any attorneys. You guys never make a decision without at least 2 attorneys helping you along. And you have to do it legally. So let's take out this crappy, I'm going to say this again because I think it's really, really important. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why it's in there, but it needs to come out. Why would we put a date of 2021 on there? Look at how different our community is now versus 2021. 5 years ago. Oh my gosh, we never imagined that half of our city would have flooded in the last year or 2. We never would have imagined. So why in the hell are we putting that in the comp plan? Thank you very much.
Ms. Pointer, I think you need to correct the record. I think when you said you couldn't drink legally.
Yeah, I did.
Legally. And for the clerk, could you spell poop for us? Next speaker, please. Start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lena Young Green, and I'm not going to repeat all that our representatives from our neighborhoods have said, from Tampa Heights particularly. You have our written correspondence. I'm just here to let you know we're fully supportive of what we've communicated with you all, and ask that you consider all that we've included in there. We spent a lot of time, like our president said, going back and forth and trying to be as responsible and representative of our neighborhood as possible. So I'm just asking for support on that. This included with our overlay district and our auxiliary units are going to help our community to, we hope and we anticipate, continue to remain more diverse and not be as exclusive as it could become. So that's what we're asking. Tonight, I'm going to ask for a moment of personal privilege. I started coming to City Council almost 50 years ago. And during that time, we've always been before City Council. And at that time, my granddaughter was not anywhere around. And tonight I get to stand here and talk to you all with my granddaughter sitting up there. We are so proud of her. We're so, so, so happy that was selected by voters to sit on the dais. She's representing young people and giving them inspiration and giving them guidance and putting forward the things that we know our young people must become involved in their government and be sitting in positions that you are, representing their own future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you. Okay, we'll allow that. I know. Well, you know, nobody ever applauds me. That's why we don't allow applause. That is why we just got to the bottom. That's why we don't allow applause. So it's jealousy. It's 100% jealousy. Okay, well, hey, Brian, don't go too far. Brian Seal. Sit back down. Sit. Hey, Brian. Brian Seal, we see you. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself, please.
All right, can you hear me?
There we go. Yep. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Brian Seal, resident of Tampa Heights and board member of Tampa Heights Civic Association. Sorry I couldn't be with you tonight. I'm at home with the flu and with multiple kids with the flu as well. I just wanted to echo my fellow Tampa Heights Civic Association board members and the official letter of request that we submitted. Tampa Heights is one of the few neighborhoods in Tampa that consistently supports greater density because of our elevation, our historic street grid, our proximity to downtown, and the desire for a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood as outlined in our adopted neighborhood plan. Despite the imperfections in the proposed mechanism, due to our current comp plan and state law, transit-ready corridors are the available vehicle for incentivizing density where it belongs. However, density without the best urban design standards is going to be more harmful than helpful to the future of the city. Existing future land use and zoning designations allow quite a bit of density in Tampa Heights already, but the poor standards and incentives in our comp plan and land development code have resulted in a patchwork of car-oriented development that discourages walking. So if possible, one of the key points I want to make out of our list of requests is to put back in the requirements for pedestrian-oriented design in all bonus areas, regardless of the usage of the bonuses. I want to thank you for the time that you've taken this evening to consider this, to hear the community, and regardless of whether it's tonight or at a future meeting, that we could really work back in some of these details to get not just denser, but better development for Tampa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Michael Marino, Executive Director, West Shore Alliance. You got a letter from me, and it's actually been referenced a few times, but I echo a lot of the comments that were made earlier of restoring the transit-ready corridors. Obviously, my letter alludes to West Shore, but when you put up the map, it makes the case for especially some of those east-west corridors. And so referencing that, Boy Scout Boulevard, Cypress Street, and specifically with the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator grant that the city is currently doing. One of the sites that would be leveraged as part of that project and value capture is the intermodal site that FDOT currently owns on Cypress Street. So restoring the corridor on Cypress Street then helps that grant process going forward because of the requirement that grant includes places where you could have some version of value capture, whether it's nodes or corridors that could be leveraged for additional development to get that public and private financing. And then one of the other things that has now come about since your last meeting in August is this proposal of the raise at Hillsborough College. And, you know, no matter what you think of the project overall, the fact of the matter is that Hillsborough College does not have a true one-stop or one-route transit mechanism to get from HCC, Dale Mabry to Ybor. So there is a need for transit anyway at the current process. But also the fact that there's 30 Major League Baseball stadiums, 25 of them have some version of rail transit, Tampa Bay being one of the 5 that doesn't. So let's use the potential of that redevelopment as a mechanism to be a catalyst for regional mass transit. And that's something that obviously we support as an organization, the West Shore Alliance does. And once these interchanges are done, whether it's downtown or West Shore, hopefully we've maxed out the interstate system. So then we really need to move to some version of premium transit. And the mechanisms that have been put in place as a part of the future land use plan with the transit corridors is the way to go. And I want to thank staff for all their work on this, because it really does demonstrate that there is this potential here within the land use plan, within the city of Tampa. We need to make sure we have the tools so that transit, when it's ready, we can get it going. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your input. Christopher Vea, are you on? Vila.
Hello, guys. Christopher Vela, 33605. So I'm asking you to restore all the transit-ready corridors in this flu. As Michael pointed out, there is a lot of incentive to have doing those. First of all, there's many federal transit grant programs. One is the Federal Urbanized Area Formula Grant Program, which actually uses population density as part of its funding formula. Denser areas get more money for transit operations. Competitive programs like capital investment grants, which funds new starts and small starts projects, also rate proposals based on surrounding land use and average densities near stations. And then there's FTA TOD planning grant, which prioritizes communities that already have established zoning to allow more homes and jobs next to transit. In short, if you have no density, you don't have any dollars. That is why restoring transit-ready corridors is a smart, fiscally responsible move. These corridors establish frameworks for both near-term investment and long-term eligibility for competitive transit funding. They also act as living boundaries, areas where the city can create later special districts, like the Special Service District of downtown, for example. So these can be opportunities to capture value and fund transportation improvements, not just transit alone, but other improvements that you would need on the road for all sorts of uses. So I urge you also, and I think Dana touched upon this, is to restore the rounding up policy. I just believe it's a small technical tool that lets developers fill the last fraction of the unit instead of being blocked by just a stupid arithmetic number. And I mean, that's going to create more additional homes that we need. And also, it just won't cast away that unused piece of land for non-living means. And then finally, I strongly support the mixed use bonus densities. You know, we know Tampa is going to grow. It's always going to grow. This is a city, for Christ's sakes. It gets me so upset that we just want to limit our density because for some odd reason, we're stuck in a suburban mindset. Cities are meant to grow. They're meant to host a lot of different things. And so we just need to be supportive of that. But we need to manage that better with transit. We need to manage that better by cutting back all the environmental disasters that you would see in conventional transportation. So I'm glad that you heard everybody's thoughts today. I think it's really important just to take in consideration that we've been asking for transit for the past 50 to 60 years in Tampa. So this is a time to pivot to that. We got to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, that concludes public comment. Questions, staff, anybody, anything else? Okay. Yeah, thoughts?
Well, I've been taking a lot of notes and want to share.
Start with your name.
Thank you. Melissa Zornita, Planning Commission staff. Okay, sort of starting at the some of the last speakers. The commercial restricted land use category is a new land use category that's being added. The language says it's intended to be primarily in the coastal high hazard area, but that does not limit it from being asked for outside of the coastal high hazard area. So that can be asked for anywhere. The coastal high hazard area date that is at the bottom of table 2 is in place because under state law, we're not allowed to have a self-amending plan. And so we can't have that line changing whenever the state decides to change the line and then our plan automatically changing along with it. So we have to refer to a specific, what that date of the coastal hazard area line is now. And then if we want to amend it when the coastal hazard area changes, we can amend it then, but we can't just have it amend on its own. There were a number of speakers who spoke about applying the pedestrian-oriented design to all parcels in the TRC, regardless of whether or not they were asking for the density bonus. So we were cautious about doing that. I think we all agree we would like higher quality design in as many places as we can within the city. But we were cautious about doing that because within the TRC buffers, there are some places where the current policies around higher quality design do not apply to certain, like some of the residential land use categories today. It applies to the mixed use corridors and mixed use categories today. So adding it in as a requirement for anything, we were cautious about under Senate Bill 180. That's why we had it based on the trigger of them using the density bonus. So it was a part of that incentive, not a requirement. The 1/8 mile and not the 1/16 in the R10, that was 1/8 was part of our original proposal. However, since August, we've been sharing the 1/6 and the 1/16 in the R10. So I think from staff's perspective, we would feel more comfortable with that being on the explore in the future list so that we had an opportunity to make sure the community was well engaged on that issue, because the maps all have shown 1/16 since the August draft. There were some comments regarding ADUs and missing middle. The plan is very supportive of missing middle housing, accessory dwelling units. Some of that implementation now needs to come in the land development code. One of the policies, the rounding up policies, was mentioned, and because that was a lot of the concern we heard about rounding up and adding that additional unit were related to the form and the function that would take. We thought that was best to be addressed once we have the updated land development code, and some of those issues can best be addressed in the land development code. So then addressing the rounding up might be more palatable. Okay, there were comments around land use policy 5.3.9, which looking at the language in the adopted plan today, the request was to change the wording from high density to medium density. We did not change that because of Senate Bill 180, because high density is referred to in the adopted language today. Proposed policy 5.3.14, I believe what the speaker was asking for was the additional language in current policy 9.5.3 to be added into that policy, and that it would certainly, we would be fine if council wanted to make that as a motion. The issue around heights and stories, again, just to reiterate, the language in the land use category descriptions is simply that, descriptive. So if you want to remove high rise from, I think it was res 50, like, that's fine. That can be changed. What we were cautious about is giving an expectation that if it says in the plan no more than 8 stories, that was somehow regulating the height. That's not. The height is regulated by the Land Development Code. That is providing guidance around, this is what's typical, this is what might be found in the area. It's a description, it's not regulatory. And there could be conflicts between what is the height in the zoning and the description. And so we thought it was best to take it out, but if council wants to put those story descriptions back in, that is up to you all. So some other pieces about Table 2 beyond the coastal high hazard area date. We did not ignore City Council's direction to revisit that table. We would never ignore City Council's direction. We did take a look at that table in completely working with city staff, talking with our consultant who structured the density bonuses originally for us. We said, what would happen if, we went back to, there's one tier to get to 35, and then there's another tier to get to this new bonus. And the feedback was that is cumbersome and going to undermine the intent of the new density bonuses. So that is why we did not make a change outside of the coastal high hazard area. In the coastal high hazard area, we had to go back to what it is today because of Senate Bill 180. And then I think the last issue was a question about locational criteria, which I'm going to ask Jennifer to help with that explanation.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. The issue surrounding locational criteria was the and versus the or. Today, the locational criteria for residential 20 states that these rezonings can be considered if approval of all of the criteria are met. And then it provides 4 bullets and then another sub-bullet that's separate criteria. So you have to meet 4 bullets and then, or you could meet the sub-bullet. What staff has run into is that a lot of these criteria have not changed since the first plan in 1989, and they are not measurable. So one of them is the amount and or location of existing neighborhood commercial and residential office uses are inadequate to meet the demands of the neighborhood. That is very hard to measure.
Subjective.
Very subjective, thank you. So when staff looked at the locational criteria, we revised it. We did change it to or statements, but each of the criteria that we've proposed is measurable. And we feel that that list is better suited for the comp plan.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Those are all the comments we had. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'll just say good job because all my bullets y'all covered. So you captured everything I captured.
Great.
So good job. Councilwoman Hurtek, then Councilman Vera, and then were you first? Were you first? Okay, Councilwoman.
Okay. Yeah, don't go anywhere. So in listening to the public comment and kind of listening to what we have talked about, it sounds that what you're saying for the bonus structure is that you are trying to take the ambiguity away from the basis, from the base language to allow the bonus structure.
Yes, yes. Right now, that step up internal to the category is confusing, but it also, if we really want to incentivize it with this new on top, like it just doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I kind of understand it, and so I thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, Councilwoman Young.
Okay, so I'll ask my question first, and then I just have a statement. Can you? I know you had already said it, but can you explain again the pedestrian oriented designs? Can you explain that part to me one more
Right.
time, please?
So today there are policies that are very similar, if not exactly the same, to the pedestrian-oriented design in the plan. They apply to mixed-use corridors. When we look at the So we were taking that and we were trying to apply that to the transit-ready corridors, but some of those areas along that corridor are not necessarily mixed use. They're in a residential land use category. So we were cautious under Senate Bill 180 to apply it as a blanket regulation to all of that area. And so took an alternative approach of saying it applies when they ask for the bonus, that transit-ready corridor bonus.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Okay, sure.
And then just a statement, one, thank you, Planning Commission, thank you all very much. I know it's been a long process, but you've done a great job. And Melissa, you do a fantastic job of explaining things, and yeah, you do a fantastic job. Melissa's done to work with our kids for summers, many years, and she was able to explain planning to elementary school children, so it was amazing. So I just wanted to thank you all for that. But I really wanted to just thank community for coming out. This is really what like collaboration and community engagement looks like, and so you all like coming out and coming to the sessions has been really helpful. So I just want to thank you all for just continuing to be engaged in this process and helping us. And I had the opportunity today to go to the state of the region address, and the transportation, or the word transportation, came up a lot of times, and it was very interesting just to hear, the amount. I think the number was something like over 40% that people spend, for their cars, for transportation. And so while this is not a transportation specific conversation, but ensuring that we are, planning so that we have these, corridors that are ready for transportation, I think is really important. So, I see, our city is really going through this, a shift, and my hope and what I'm working towards, but I think we all are working towards, is that it's in a shift that's in a positive way, and that we're shifting into the right direction. I think I heard maybe a few times that our city is going to grow, but how we do it is really important. And, I think this is also really timely because the conversation about, even though Evan is leaving us, but people moving back to the city and wanting to be able to actually afford to be here and live in a place where they can build a life. And so this conversation is just very timely, and I just thank you all so much for putting in the work and the community and council members. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Councilman Vera, were you going to make any motions, or you just going to make a
Comment.
just comment? Okay, so can we get a yeah, well, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, I wanted to respond because Melissa, thank you for speaking with me outside on this issue. Councilman Hurtak had talked about some of the areas that weren't included originally by the Planning Commission in the plan, including New Tampa. So I wanted to make sure that I just talked about that appropriately with staff. So my big challenge with including Bruce B. Downs in particular is that this was not promoted to New Tampa, to 33647 for this. There's been extensive engagement in the areas that are going to be directly affected. But since New Tampa was specifically excluded, right, from that, there hasn't been proper outreach to New Tampa. Therefore, I think that doing this should be done separately for Bruce B. Downs, if it's going to be done separately for Bruce B. Downs at another time when we can have that proper outreach to them, because it was excluded for a reason. Number one, because of all the development in New Tampa that's happened over the last 25, 30 years and so forth. But again, without that outreach, I don't think there would be proper notice to those affected communities. So that's kind of my response, if that makes sense. And that's to New Tampa. Some of the areas mentioned in other parts, including in North Tampa in District 7, I have no objection to that.
I think we'll have a motion that will conform to that. Hearing no other questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to close. We have a motion to close public hearing from Councilman Vera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I recognize Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm going to start with the things that I want to ask the Planning Commission. I move to ask the Planning Commission staff to evaluate 21st Street, North Boulevard, 29th Street, North Boulevard north of Kennedy. 29th Street and 34th Street for possible future identification as transit-ready corridors. Please refer to the East Tampa Community Redevelopment Plan as part of that process. That's my first motion.
29th Street north of where?
I think, yeah, she,
29th Street.
From what, Martin Luther King to,
What
or
did-
even farther?
I missed that. You meant,
How far up 29th do you want to go?
from what southern terminus to what northern terminus?
I think it could probably be, how about following 21st and 22nd? I would stay within those corridors where, we're,
Stop at Columbus or the?
yeah,
Columbus on the south side?
yeah, where 22nd and you're looking at right now, I would stick with that distance.
Okay.
So match those parallel.
Yeah, so I think that looks like Hillsborough at the north and 60th to the south.
That would be Columbus out there, because I don't think it extends beyond that.
I'm looking at 29th. 29th, it goes up.
Yeah, is that Columbus Drive? This is Columbus right here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about 29th going from from 60 all the way up to Hillsborough. Yeah, there.
This is 60.
Yeah, 60 to Hillsborough. Okay. So to follow the 22nd, like mirror 22nd.
Okay. Jennifer Mullen, Planning Commission staff, just wanted to say, since this is an evaluation of the corridors, if you don't know the exact boundaries right now, we can work with your office.
Okay, great. Well, then I will let you evaluate which corridors go. How's that?
We'll work with your office on a boundary that makes sense.
Okay,
so
well,
you don't have to do
I'm
it right now.
actually no, because I'm asking you to evaluate. So you tell me. You're like y'all. I will let you all have that evaluation. So I will leave it vague to evaluate 21st Street, North Boulevard, 29th Street, and 34th Street for possible future identification.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say, you want me to pause for a second?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, just wanted to be extra clear that, and I believe you have been, but you were not expecting us to have these evaluations done by adoption in May. And is your motion going to have an end date to it, so staff can prepare?
How much time do you need?
Well, what question, when's the next check-in meeting with us? When do you anticipate coming back to us?
It depends on what the state.
The adoption hearing is scheduled, Jennifer Malone, the adoption hearing is scheduled for May.
So how about come back in May and give us an update on where you are?
Right, we'll be able to, Melissa Zornita for the record, we'll be able to provide an update, but that wouldn't mean that they're necessarily included in the adoption package.
That's
Right.
fine,
Okay.
but just an update's fine. Again, we're gonna do an iterative process, but we just wanna get it through. So I never wanna assume, because you can't do that with the state, but we will get a lot of direction if the state is okay with these. We will feel comfortable moving forward, adding others.
And looking at more corridors. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
I also moved to ask the Planning Commission staff to evaluate keeping the 1/8 of a mile for R10 on transit-ready corridors and rounding back up to transit-ready corridors. Also for the May hearing, again, just an update, and we can move forward with that later.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilman Vieira. I saw Maniscalco first, then Councilman Miranda.
Just a question, why 1/8 and not 1/16? Which,
1/16 is what's current.
okay.
But what we heard tonight from a lot of the public is they're asking us to go back to 1/8, but they said they couldn't do it in this transmittal, so instead we need to ask them to evaluate that again.
Because that's
No?
660 feet instead of 330.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, agree completely. I think with that part, the part of it I wanted to clarify is that the rounding, it did not just apply in the TRCs originally, it applied in more areas. So are you saying you just want to look at the rounding in the TRCs or in the area we originally proposed it?
I have a question. When you originally proposed the rounding, did it have like a round from 0.8 and above, or was it just rounding like?
It was rounding like we do in math class, so
Okay.
from 0.5
Maybe
up.
that's the kicker there. I feel like, 'cause I mean, The example that was used, say, if it was like a 0.9 or a 0.8, that would make maybe more sense.
Jennifer Mullen, Planning Commission staff, that was like an FAR example. The way that it was written originally was to round up to the nearest available unit. So if you penciled out the 10 dwelling units an acre and your lot size would only give you 1.4, we would always round down.
I'll defer to Councilwoman Hurtak.
Again, I just want you to come back and evaluate that again. Maybe having a map of showing what that would look like.
You can dig that up.
In terms of the eighth of a mile. No, I mean, the eighth of a mile, the map would be nice.
Yeah.
As far as the rounding back up, maybe just a map of, well, I mean, can't really have a map of where that affected, it would be everywhere, right? So maybe some discussion about that.
Yeah, I think we have a rounding map in
Okay,
some
well
of the
then
old
let's see the rounding
iterations,
map.
so-
Then
yeah.
let's bring that back for discussion again in May.
Okay.
Not for now, but to discuss
Okay.
moving forward.
Okay, any other business, Councilwoman Hurtak?
We need to vote on that.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, I have a second from Councilman Pierre. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. One nay from Councilman Carlson.
Okay.
Motion passed with Councilman Carlson voting negative, no.
Okay, I'm gonna let other people.
Okay, Councilman Miranda, would you like to?
I just want to say that I believe 1/8 of a mile is 220 yards, 1/16 of a mile is 110 yards. The difference.
Yeah, I got it all. Okay.
I learned that in horse racing.
Does anybody have any other business that they would like the planning commission to look at prior to May?
What about putting back?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Councilwoman
meant to
Hurtak.
add the transit ready quarters back. So I'm not feeling, so I make a motion to add, and I'm gonna need help with this to make sure I get them all.
Can we use this map, everything?
Yeah, how about everything on the map except for, Bruce B. Downs?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, sorry. There was a mistake made that I made. So the list on so 15th Street is a good example. That was on the May draft, but it had dropped off of the August draft.
Okay, so 15th and West Shore north of
Right,
Kennedy.
so those could go back on.
Yes, so
Yeah, okay.
I will add 15th,
And Cypress.
Cypress,
Cypress where?
yeah.
What was the boundary? Do you have the boundary handy, David? West Shore to Cypress was originally in the May draft, West Shore to North Boulevard. We could look at it again.
I mean, that's all of it, all the way to Julian Lane. And you're going through residential there.
Cypress ends at North Boulevard, but it goes west all the way.
Yeah, and just to be clear, some corridors between May and August, as a staff, heard that outreach dropped off when we came to you in August. That's why
Why don't you say up to Himes, so we can capture the areas between West Shore and Himes?
Yeah,
so we
because
can
it
always go
narrows
back
it.
and
Okay,
we can always go
we'll
back
do
and
West
revisit
Shore
that.
to Cypress from West Shore to Himes.
Okay.
That's fine.
We also had Columbus. We said Columbus east of the river.
Columbus gets very narrow there. Once you get to Boulevard, it goes to 2 lanes.
Well,
From
now.
North Boulevard.
Yes, but
Now.
there's a lot of
goes
development
east,
that's
it
coming
goes-
along. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it going west.
I have no objection.
West is 2 lanes.
Okay,
you know, east and
then
west.
Columbus. We'll add Columbus, and if we hear anything between first and second, I'm calling it first and second reading, between state transmittal and our adoption, we can discuss it. But for now, add Columbus back
in
in
its
its entirety.
Okay.
She's gonna write it all down, and then what we'll do is have you repeat it. So.
Yeah, just FYI, one of the reasons why we're extending the streetcar up to Amelia/Columbus is because capturing that east-west corridor.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that's
so
one of the
just
reasons we're
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, just so we're really clear. So your previous 2 motions were just things for us to evaluate, we
Yep.
come back with an update. This is a motion as part of the transmittal hearing.
Correct.
That makes a big difference for what we send the state.
Okay, yes.
So, I think we have them. Do you want to come up and confirm?
Sure, we'll try. Okay, okay, so we had
Say
15.
your name first.
Oh, sorry. Melissa Zornado, Planning Commission. 15th Street, Cypress, West Shore to Himes, West Shore Boulevard, north of Kennedy, And then, let's see, we've got Columbus Columbus in its entirety, MLK east of the river, Armenia north of Kennedy, the Adamo State Road 60 corridor, 50th Street, 22nd Street, 40th Street north from where it's on the map today.
You're restoring 40th.
Yeah, restoring the north part of 40th. And I think that is
34, 25.
and then Broadway,
Yeah.
where it can,
How about everything east of Nebraska, I think would be easiest. Everything that was on the TRC
East of Nebraska.
will make it a little bit easier for you.
Yep,
Is
that sounds great.
Okay.
Was on the August draft or the May draft? That was the difference.
From the May draft is what.
From the May draft.
Yep, got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
That wasn't on there either. That was a buffer.
all of the things from the May draft that we talked about, plus the addition of 15th and
Well, that was on the May draft, so that
oh,
one's
I'm
covered.
sorry, then
Yeah,
never mind.
so it's
Apologies.
just- So really, if we're looking at east of Nebraska, then the only things that need to be added are,
Boy Scout,
Boy Scout,
Cypress to Himes,
Yep. Armenia.
Armenia,
And West Shore north of Kennedy.
Armenia north of Kennedy.
Right, and West Shore north of Kennedy.
Yes.
And then the full extent of Columbus.
Okay.
Oh, and Waters. We'll make sure Waters
Yes.
is met. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to add the TRCs back into the transmittal plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Did you say second? Second from Councilwoman Young. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, ayes have it. I'm sorry. We have, Councilman Carlson votes negative, or nay, and 6 affirmatives.
Say, as I said before, I object to the name transit-ready corridors because it's not really about transit. We should call them developer corridors or dense corridors. They may ultimately lead to transit, but they're not just transit. And the public has not had a chance to weigh in on this proposal. There would have been 200 more people here had they known that we were going to do this. So we have another bite at the apple, but we're going to spend several more hours looking at this. I think we need to be honest with the public. We need to plan transit, but allowing unlimited growth along long strips of road without taking into consideration how it impacts each neighborhood is not a good idea.
And just for clarification on the rounding up, we're only doing that in TRCs, right? We're only
No,
gonna
no,
look at that.
we're not even doing that.
Not
We're
doing it all?
asking them
Okay.
to look at
Look
it for May.
But hint, TRCs. Okay, is there any other business that we want to have the planning commission look at? If hearing none, okay, I need to have a motion to move.
You want to make the motion? Go for it.
I was gonna say I need to hear a motion, but I can do it if you'd like me to.
Well,
I move file number TA-CPA 2404.
I thought we didn't want to talk about anything else.
No, that's what I was asking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm
Does anybody else want to have the planning commission? Hearing none.
We're going to leave those charts the way they are and just trust that they're against Senate Bill 180 without a
So-
legal opinion on it.
So the reason I will talk about the
We can come back to
chart.
it. We can come back to it.
We can come back to it, but I don't know why it took 20 times for me to hear it, to understand it. I understand the concern about giving away some density, but I think ultimately getting people to a point where we can get the bonuses that we want is more important to me. So I support table 2 for now. I really do think that getting to a base level so that we can incentivize bonuses is a way to go. So I will support table 2. I am still not sure about the and/or situation.
I thought that was a pretty good explanation, because I mean, it was definitely on one of my what the blank lists, but I think the explanation was, reasonable.
The only other thing, I would like to add back the typical stories.
Okay.
Because I think that, as you said, it's covered in the land development code, and maybe people will feel more comfortable about it once we have the land development code done. But for now, I think we keep the explanations in.
Sure.
Because again, we can revisit after we approve the land development code, where I'm hoping we have a lot more specificity.
Does that remove the nomenclature high rise as well?
If you say it
Yeah,
does,
I mean,
yes.
Okay,
so
so then
hearing
it-
no objection, is there unanimous consent to do those two things?
Remove.
Okay, unanimous consent.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with
Let's
it.
do it by motion.
A motion?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
The
Councilman
motion
Hurtak.
is to remove
The wording high rise.
the
from
word high rise.
From
and-
where? From where?
Wherever it appears.
Where does it appear?
Well, it's in the R50 category.
Thank
is
you, in the
where it is.
R50 category. Remove high rise from R50 category and add back the explanations of stories.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilwoman Hurtak. Is that explanation enough? Is that all you need?
And where's the explanation of stories come from? Where are those
That is in
located?
the land use category descriptions.
Thank
The
you.
land- So remove from the land use category descriptions.
No, add back to the.
I'm sorry, add back. No, the high rise is a different.
Taking the high rise out of RS50 and adding the descriptions of usual height. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling great now.
Typical
And I need you to hang
building
in for
stories or floors, yeah.
Okay.
Typical,
It might be
Stories.
easier, it might be easier to do it as two separate motions, just.
Okay,
Because-
fine. I make a motion to take out high rises from RS50.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Rand. All those in favor say aye.
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 And now, to
And that-
add in the categories?
That passed unanimously, by the way. And now the second motion.
To add back the descriptors of height, up to number of stories to the
Description table.
description table.
yeah, I think adding back the typical stories
The
language
typical
to the
stories
land use.
language, what she said.
To the
land
what,
use
to the what is
category.
it again? I'm sorry.
It's the typical stories language to the land use category descriptions.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Ayes- Okay. Councilman Carlson votes negative, so it's 6-1?
Uh,
No, yeah. No,
No.
no, it's fine. Anything else? I need you to hang in there for your business, too. Yeah, okay. All right, okay, so, is that it? Okay, so we have somebody make the motion.
It would be a motion to transmit.
I'll do
Motion to
it.
transmit.
I have a motion to transmit file number TACPA 24-04.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay,
I have a motion to, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Carlson, no.
Yep. The second one is motion to transmit TACPA 24-05.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Councilman Carlson.
No, on the first one, I just want to say there are so many things that I don't agree with it in, and we don't have time to talk about it tonight. I wish next time the planning commission would give more than a week notice for the neighborhoods to be able to look through this. I don't think we had adequate representation, and I think that there's still more work that needs to be done, and I think we need to listen to the community, not just do what we think needs to be.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Can I have a motion for number 3?
All right, I have a motion to transmit TACPA 24-06.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, congratulations, Planning Commission. I would like to recognize real quick Melissa.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I asked for a point of personal privilege to recognize that this is Jennifer Malone's last public hearing with us as a Planning Commission staff person. Jennifer's been an incredibly valued asset to the Planning Commission team, and as you can see by how many times she was up here helping me tonight, but her last day also is on Friday, and I swear she's not going to the same place Evan is, but that would be a little too weird.
Oh,
but-
Ashley would be very upset about that.
But anyway, I just wanted to recognize Jennifer and all the hard work she's put into all of this.
I'll just say thank you all. I'll never forget the look on Councilman Hurtak's face just now. Yeah, I was a baby planner when I started, and I think Maniscalco was one of the newest city council members up here back in 2016, and it's been great to be presenting in front of you for so many years. So thank you.
And unlike Evan, I think we're going to continue to see you.
You will.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Evan can't get far enough away from us. At least she's going to stay close by. Okay. Councilman Carlson.
No, just thank you, Jennifer. You've been here the whole time I've been here, and you help, just like Councilmember Young is learning now. I was learning in the beginning, and you and others helped me a lot, and I appreciate it. And I especially appreciate the energy you have late at night and during the long meetings, and you always are one of those fully energetic people that keep us awake, so thank you.
Okay. Very good. Well, that concludes our normal business, and I'm going to, because I don't want to lose Councilwoman Hurtak.
Is there something for the clerk or me about this? I just distributed something. I'm sorry. Here, you want it? I have a copy. No, I'm sorry. I'll wait. No, I got an extra copy.
It's the money.
You don't want it?
Just a reminder, just council,
Yeah.
and just when you distribute something amongst yourselves, make sure there's a copy, please, especially.
Maybe
for the
we
clerk.
didn't want you to see it.
Maybe not.
I'm announcing tonight we're going to have a new attorney.
That's a bad joke.
A bad joke. Okay. Okay. Very good. I want to speak first on new business because I don't want to lose Councilwoman Hurtak, and she's not feeling very well.
Okay, so
Yes.
go for it.
Okay. Very good. As you all know, that we've been going back and forth with the administration on the Charter Review Commission board. We've bouncing that ball. It's been tennis. We had the ball across the court. The mayor's knocked the ball back over to our court. You've been following those memos. Councilman Carlson brought this up at the end of last new business, but we were all exhausted, and I think it was tough to talk about that time. I put the last memo that came from the mayor, and I wanted to get you all engaged, because right now, if we don't take any further action, what stands is the mayor and what's happening with the charter review on the virtual participation, the posting the stuff on YouTube. If we want to knock the ball back across the court, I believe after consultation that the only mechanism of doing that is to amend the Charter Review Commission ordinance that we passed. And that is not good enough. It has to be 5 votes because, of course, they would anticipate a veto. So I need to get a sense, is there an appetite for that? And because if not, then we just let it go. If there is, then we should move forward on that. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilman Carlson, do you want to talk first?
The Charter Review Commission, so there were 3 things that the mayor requested, not ordered, thank goodness. And the Charter Review Commission, I think, approved 2 of the 3, or at least we're getting YouTube so 1 or 2 people can watch it online out of the mayor's office, which I think is ridiculous, but for transparency, it's a good idea. Someone on the Charter Review Commission wanted 10 days to come in remote. They agreed on 4. And the other thing is that the mayor's representative wants it to be unanimous vote, obviously to try to block anything from going forward, and they said no. So the Charter Review Commission has voted already as to what to do. We should just go with what the Charter Review Commission is doing. The mayor is trying to, usurp the power of City Council, which she's been trying to do for 7 years. And I will remind her and them that when she wanted a charter change, she pushed it through really fast. But the times that we wanted charter changes, she slow walked it so that we ran out of time and then blamed us for proposing too many ideas. So this is an outside committee. It's been approved by the voters to create this. She should let it alone, let the process go forward. She shouldn't be afraid of the process. I don't know why anybody who is mayor or might be mayor in the future would be afraid of having a public process where the public is discussing ideas. And if they want to limit the power of the mayor, who cares? What a mayor should do is negotiate with City Council. If you talk to Dick Greco or any of the previous mayors, almost most of the previous mayors, they had a dialogue with City Council. They didn't set up artificial fights. They didn't create a toxic environment. And what we need is going forward, we need to end this divisiveness. We need to end the toxicity. And we need a positive relationship going forward. If the Charter Review Commission can fix that, that's great. Nobody should be afraid of it. Picking up the phone and calling people is not something that people should be afraid of.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I think that Oh, no, I don't want to start with, I think. The mayor had her opportunity to have her say. She agreed with she passed our ordinance, or signed the ordinance. We asked her for input. She didn't give any input. It is what it is. And I am hesitant to turn this into a wild goose chase about guest speakers and all of this. Honestly, I think documentation is fine, but otherwise, I think you're creating drama where there doesn't need to be any drama.
Well, right now where it stands is the mayor's interpretation is that she can direct or communicate directly and with requests equally to what we did with, what we do.
No, that's
Well,
not what the ordinance says.
Well, that's not, this is where we're at right now. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's amend the ordinance.
In order to provide clarification, the only way to do that is to amend the ordinance. And
Can I add?
Mr. Carlson.
The mayor, as a citizen, is able to contact them however she wants, just like anybody in the community. If she puts, the only difference is whether she puts on a letterhead. And I don't care if she wants to contact them. She can lobby them all she wants, but so can we, and so can anybody else in the community. Let her do it. As long as she's not mandating that they do something, I don't care. She can send as many letters as she wants, but they need to know, their lawyer needs to know that that's just input. It's not a directive.
Okay. So again, the only reason I brought it up is because it's been approached. I wanted to see what the sentiment of council was, and it would require 5. So if there's one. To amend the ordinance.
But then it's gotta go to the mayor for approval.
If we have 5, if we have 5, it's overridden, so. Well, I think just because I think what happened when we drafted, maybe Mr. Shelby would chime in on this, but what happened when we drafted this, we thought we captured all of the intent, but the first time this has ever happened, certain things just weren't captured. So,
How about you read a draft?
Mr. Shelby.
The point was, and council may remember this discussion when we had it, the charter required that an ordinance be adopted last year. And that was pursuant to section 1010 of the charter. And there was a discussion that you remember the whole process that council went through in order to create the resolution. But prior to that, when the ordinance was first presented to you, to comply with the ordinance and get it done by the time that was required by the charter, I asked the council at that time whether it wanted to spend the time to delineate all the items in the ordinance, or do you want to do it by resolution? And the council, whatever at the time it was dealing with, did not want to take the time that it would take to put all of that in an ordinance, and therefore you included that direction would be by resolution, and that's where you are right now. So to go back to that ordinance and do it differently would be an undertaking of this board much greater than I think you want to, and make an effect and create a degree of uncertainty in a board that is presently existing, that's operating under that ordinance and that resolution.
The only issue is that the resolution does not require a mayoral signature, so that we still would have that same conflict between the administration. The only way to resolve that conflict would be an ordinance.
Well,
Councilman Miranda.
I was one of the council members way back when some of you served on the first charter committee. I bet you were here, weren't you? So there's 2 of us, I believe. You were here, 3 of us were here. So what I'm saying is, if the conflict is about personalities, I don't know if it is or not, is the conflict about the mayor's signature? At first, I don't believe that it was needed, the mayor's signature.
Only on the ordinance.
Only the ordinance,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say. So what's the beef, like the old lady used to say on TV?
That's where's the beef.
Yeah.
Walter Mondale. If I can,
I want to know what the beef is so I can try to fix it.
And this is actually a case study in why some of the issues that City Council has presented to the Charter Review Commission to look at How do you resolve these sort of conflicts? And the question is, what's the remedy? It always comes down to what's the remedy. And that's not discussed in the current charter, and then maybe that's a subject of discussion if they wish to take that up.
Councilman Miranda.
I've qualified, I appointed 2 individuals way back and one now. I have never asked them, I have never talked to them. They've called me, one lady called me once in 8 years. And I said, that's your problem, not mine. and that's it.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what is it that we're discussing. That somebody from the Mayor's Association or mayor's affiliated with the mayor, works for the mayor, works for the city, is going down there and directing something or what? What is it?
It's
What is it? I heard there's some conflicts there.
there's a little bit more drama than that, but it just, there's definitely again, as Mr. Shelby pointed out, there's an area of disagreement, and there's no way to resolve that area of disagreement. How's that? We don't have a mechanism to do it.
What's the area of disagreement, though? That's what he's asking.
Well, so we provided the guidance through the ordinance and the resolution to the Charter Review Commission of conduct of business, with the intent of when we prepared all these documents was, as I told my appointee today, what we tried to do is clear the path of all of the procedural stuff so that they could just focus on the task at hand. The charter, just focus on the charter, get it done, and be done with it. Well, what happened is for whatever reason, you know how there's certain people's agendas is to be obstructionist or to block things. So they started in procedural things, like all of a sudden requesting that they wanted a unanimous vote before they passed something, or so the obstructionist kind of things that were happening on the committee. And then after we went through all this process, then the mayor, Mayor Marley, got involved and started being directive and speaking and said, okay, we can do this. To the point of like the YouTube, put the posting on the YouTube wasn't just the post on the YouTube, but the equipment, how it was posted. Because one of the things we did is we didn't want it posted for various reasons in our earlier discussions, is for a couple of different reasons. One was, these things are in perpetuity. It's on a YouTube private company that we don't control. People maybe run for office, they don't want the stuff up, or somebody who's a city employee comes in and talks, worried about retribution, things that are being broadcast, broadcast. So we didn't want that. Well, it was just a safety net, whether we feel strongly about it or not. We got overrun on that issue by Marley, and they went and bypassed. And of course, a lot of people on the Charter Review Commission they're new people. They don't get it. They don't get some of the consequences. That one of these things was well thought out. So anyway, we have this conflict, and I had members of the Charter Review Commission, by the way, come to me personally and said they didn't want this stuff broadcast. So that was one of those things we had talked about ahead of time, of why we didn't. But again, and then our opinion on that got discounted, and they said, well, we're just going to broadcast it. So they're just broadcasting it with or without our blessing.
No, but the committee voted to allow it.
And if I can,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, just to put it in perspective, Mr. Miranda, I apologize, but I just think it's very important that the City Council knows this, that what happens when you met in your special discussion meeting, there was no direction, at least to me, and I don't believe it's an oversight, but I don't believe there was any direction with regard to remote participation or broadcasting.
And the facilitator.
And there is a specific provision that City Council put in the resolution that absent direction that's in the resolution, they have the ability, within the scope of what their scope of work is, to make motions and votes to be able to do that. Also within that resolution that you gave them the authority is to request support and information from both the administration and the City Council. That is their right.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
First of all, if somebody makes a motion that everything we do has got to be unanimous, the city will move.
That's right.
I mean, you have the right to say no and yes, and I need more information or whatever. That's what it's all about. So I'm just
what
sitting
happens
back.
tonight.
I got to give another speech now. No, but anyway, what I'm saying is that, to me, right now, I think there's a clash within themselves at some point.
Yeah.
When somebody says that, I tell myself, what?
Yeah.
Unanimous? Nothing in the world is unanimous. I mean, look at what's happening in politics now everywhere. You're lucky if you get a 50-50 vote one way or another on anything. So what I'm saying is there's gotta be some personality, or there's gotta be something. And what I'm looking at now, you got 3 attorneys. You got the city attorney, you got the city council attorney, and you got the attorney we hired for the CRA. Maybe those 3 ought to go down for 5 minutes each and explain to the members that we have now. They're good people that are giving up their time as to what their expectations are and how to do it. That's it. Let them decide what.
Well, we've kind of done that. Yeah, I mean, I literally, I had a conference call today with the chair of the committee, Ashley, the facilitator, and the attorney to discuss what those, because there's also issues with that too. So we've been working. There's been a lot of things working behind the scenes. Let me recognize Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so a couple of things. As a point of clarification, they are going forward with potential virtual attendance, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, yeah, and I happen to think that's good if there's support for that. I will say this, that I know that your office and yourself as chair, you're taking up a lot of your time. And so therefore, if there's something that you think would help you, because you're on the front battle, so to speak, on this in city council in terms of the procedure and logistics and all that. And so I want to be supportive of that. What I would suggest, and I think Councilman Hurtak said something to this effect, which is that you do a memo, we can vote on hearing it, on proposed changes to the ordinance, resolution, whatever it may be, that's narrowly tailored such that we don't open up a can of worms of opening up the whole ordinance right now, but things that you may be thinking, your experience dealing procedurally with it, I would give that some level of deference. I think that's reasonable and respectful, and I could support that.
Well, let me respond to that real quick before I recognize you, is that I don't want to spend the energy if there's not the sentiment of council to do it. So that's, I mean, I'm sure, hey, Sam, are we willing to do that? But I don't want to waste our time if there wasn't that sentiment. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I am concerned about what I have heard already about a couple of members really just taking over the commission, steamrolling people, interrupting people, generally just taking over and being adversarial. And I think I'm not comfortable having guest speakers go into that environment to be fought at. I don't think that's appropriate. I personally don't want to send our city council attorney in to be talked down to and made to explain. I have to, I'm worried this becomes a tit for tat and a fight when that's not what it's supposed to be. I would have no problem with opening it up to I mean, obviously the administration can send who they want to send if that's so their case, but we are not arguing, we are not questioning whether we need a city council attorney. That's not debatable for me. I don't think it's debatable for any of us. So I don't know why they're having the discussion about it. And I think that's just, personally, I'm willing to stake my claim in the sand right now and just saying that's off the table. And I would just even say a motion to send to the Charter Review Commission from the chair a letter saying.
I already told my person.
Well, that doesn't matter. I think we need to we need to speak from council in saying we are not going to entertain removal of city council attorney based on issues we've had with the administration in the past. Whether it be whoever's around, I think it's important for us to be able to have that comfort and safety of our own attorney. And so I make a motion that we send a letter to the Charter Review Commission saying we're just simply not going to entertain that. So it's better to stop talking about it.
I'm not opposed to that, however.
Well, hold on a second. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilman Vieira. Councilman Miranda.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that, but I just don't want to really, that's a body we formed, and for us to give them direction, that's a direction one way or the other. It's like, They're gonna say, what
Actually,
am I doing?
we're supposed to give them direction through
All right, I
resolution.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I'll second the motion then, if that's.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You
Well,
beat you
I'll
to
third
it.
the motion then.
Okay.
I'm for it.
So I would recognize Councilwoman Young. Oh, hold on, oh, no, we have to talk about. Now, do you want to speak about this or something else?
I'll speak about this.
I mean, about the attorney thing?
Do you want to talk about this motion?
Okay, we can vote for this, and then I can recognize you if you want.
Yeah, that's fine. We
Okay,
can vote.
okay, I have a motion, we have a second. Councilman Maniscalco.
Has that even been considered or
Yes.
talked about?
Yeah.
Yes, they're talking about it. That's why they want the city council attorney to show up.
No,
so
I
they can
support,
fight.
I support your motion.
It's the mayor's representatives who are
Yeah,
suggesting.
we're fighting this.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say?
I
Yeah,
made the
did-
motion,
yeah. Here.
and
I read that.
he's going to write the letter.
Can I say one more thing?
Sam's gonna write that up with Mr. Shelby's help.
Not only, may I? Just one.
Yes, Mr. Crawford, I'm sorry.
The mayor's representative not only said that we should get rid of the city council attorney, but blamed the city council attorney for the divisiveness between city council and the mayor's office. And we know that city council hasn't caused that.
Yeah.
And right now, we're in the position where we can make peace. And, it's all this craziness. Now it's extending to the Charter Review Commission.
But that's
which
why
is-
we just need to write this letter, tell them that under no certain circumstances, we aren't gonna entertain it.
So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, thank you. Councilwoman Young.
Talk about unanimous.
It's unanimous.
Sorry, had to say it.
Councilwoman Young.
Well, I'm not gonna, sorry. No, I didn't want, we kind of covered it already. I didn't want to harp on it, but I think we've all just been kind of hearing, I feel like I think the intention of what council set to do this was in a, positive and in a forward movement, and it's kind of being derailed in a bunch of different ways and, not productive. And so I think we're all saying the same thing, but the spirit in which this was done was for progression, positive progression, and that's not happening. And I've been hearing that as well, and it's just it's unfortunate that that's the way that it's going, because I don't think that we intended to do this because we want to question anybody's anything. We're really just, the city is changing. We have to make changes, and that's pretty much it. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
Can I add something to?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think this, kind of like what Charlie said, but maybe different, is I believe we kind of birthed this organization and think of it as a kid. They need to be able to walk on their own and have certain powers on their own. And we provided a framework, but there are always going to be things outside the framework. What do they want the temperature on 72 degrees? Do they want it on 69 degrees? Do they want to start? I don't agree that they're starting 1, 2, and 3 with the beginning of the charter. I think they should jump to our questions first. But that's up to them to decide. There are going to be lots of things that we didn't anticipate that they're going to decide on their own, as long as they're not being heavily influenced. And I think it's inappropriate for the mayor's staff to be bullying them. That's where I draw the line. And I heard that there was bullying going on. But despite that, Scott said he sent this memo last week, and you could read it two ways. One is that it was a mandate, and the other way is that it's a recommendation. I have thought that somebody was going to walk into the meeting last week and say these are the mayor's demands, but they didn't do that. And I told Scott, I think this is walking a fine line between in his obligation to represent city council and the mayor's office at the same time. And I think he walked right down the middle of the line. But we have to be careful that they don't cross that. His letter was a great example to the Charter Review Commission about why we need them to look at the power of the city attorney, because it really, in a way, crossed the line. We should have been consulted. I don't know if you were consulted, but we should have been consulted before he wrote the letter, because we're equally a client of the city attorney as the way the charter is. But since it was taken as a recommendation, the Charter Review Commission voted on their own to say no to unanimous votes. Then they said yes to YouTube, but that's not because somebody bullied them. It's because it is a transparency issue. We could vote to take that out, but anyway, it's a transparency issue. And then the virtual thing, that it was proposed by the mayor's representatives to have unlimited virtual meetings, and they agreed to 4. And so I think it should have been less, but they agreed to that. So I think we should let them kind of walk on their own, and we should ask the city attorney to don't forget that he's representing us as well. We should ask the mayor's office to stop the bullying. We don't want this this bullying mentality that we have to deal with daily to go into this committee.
I haven't seen that, by the way. I mean, I think, let me get some clarification on that.
Can I just say one last thing? I'll shut up. Just, I think at this point on everything else, we ought to do the opposite of what the mayor would do. Instead of trying to micromanage and control it, we should give it another month. In this right now, we're in the position of power, and we should demonstrate that we know how to enable another group to have power and not be threatened by it. And the mayor should have the right to send whatever letter she wants, but we should tell our representatives that they're not mandates. They're just, and if the mayor's people lobby, which I think is inappropriate, but if they do, then they have to know those are recommendations. They're not forcing them to do it. And then let them walk on their own and see what they do.
Okay, so city attorney's, the city attorney's memo came at a request for interpretation from the mayor's office. His interpretation was city meant the charter, the municipal organization, which meant city council and mayor. That's how we got there with it. So now we have two different authorities. The guidance, I will say, reference your, say, you know, we can provide guidance. Right now, without further council action, we can't, like on the YouTube. If we said no, you know, broadcast, the mayor said yes, they will broadcast. We can't, right now we don't have, because of the way the ordinance and everything is written, we don't have control. We don't, this is what the ball has been lobbed back to us. Right now, if, like I said, if this council right now was to say no, we're not broadcasting on YouTube, they will not broadcast on YouTube. They will broadcast on YouTube because the mayor has said they're going to broadcast on YouTube because we've got two different people providing two different directions.
One issue.
On one issue, yeah.
The Charter Review Commission voted for it also.
Okay, but I'm just saying, but the Charter Review Commission is a charter review to review the charter. That was at least it was envisioned when we were creating these procedures, was to just stay focused on the task at hand and not get bogged down in the BS. But right now, because we have two different bodies, we have an administration, we have a council. Right now, with the way we structured the ordinance, because it says city, the interpretation from the city attorney is we have two different branches of government providing two different directions. There we are. We don't have anything overriding that. We would have to amend the ordinance to make clear. And again, I'll go either way. I couldn't make that unilateral decision. That's why I brought it up during new business today.
You want a straw vote?
I mean, I guess, is there an appetite to amend the ordinance?
Can I ask you, besides YouTube, is there anything else that you want us to vote on? Or?
No, I mean, it's not even about YouTube. It's just about that there would be a clear one authority providing direction rather than two.
So how about this?
Ms. Shelby wants to talk, I think.
No, I'm not. I didn't turn my,
Okay.
So I say, go ahead and just write something up. I would like to see it. So we have three people already that want to see it.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, I do agree with that, but what I would suggest is, given the potentially caustic nature of this, that we limit the time and then the scope to the issues stated in your memo. I would support this in deference to the work that you and Sam in your office have been putting in this as the chair. But yeah, I would do it with those suggested conditions.
I want to say if we had this conversation 5 or 6 days ago, I would have appreciated that, but I had cooling off period. So I'm not as sensitive to it as I was a few days ago. So I don't want this to be about the amount of time we put in or whatnot. I want to say, what direction does it, I really want this to be a strategic, analytical look at how we manage and how do we want to manage this process. Now, again, if the council says we want to wash our hands of it and be out of it, then let's do that. If the council says we don't want to be out of it, then this is the solution is to amend the ordinance. Mr. Shelby.
just not to complicate things, just to put it into perspective. This is the first time that this committee is operating under what the voters asked for in the charter.
Right.
So what we need to be conscious of is we are creating precedent, and that's why I think everybody on this council wants this thing to be successful and to have it work in such a way that it's a turnkey, that in 7 years or 8 years when it comes back, you won't, that next council will not have to reinvent the wheel, that you'll have a successful process. So I will support working with the chair to be able to discuss this further, to be able to see if there's a way we can resolve it.
I saw Carlson first. Did you want to say something else?
Yeah, two things. One, would you rather us just vote tonight to support you writing a letter saying that we're the sole authority that they need to listen to? Or do you want to go through, you want to come back with something? Okay, the second thing, and just for the public, we can't talk about this in the hallway, so that's why I got to talk about it now. Yeah. The second thing is, I wish the mayor's staff would stop working in the shadows. Stop calling people and arguing with them and yelling at them or whatever, intimidating and bullying them. If you have something to say, there's a podium right there. Put yourself on the agenda. The mayor can put things on the agenda. Have them come, be transparent about it. It's sickening that this is happening behind the scenes. And this is the kind of culture that leads to good people leaving the city and for our citizens being harmed. We need to stop the divisiveness. We need to come up with a structure in the charter to fix these problems that have been created over the last 16 years.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you want to add something else?
I should have written it down, but yes, I think Mr. Shelby is correct that we need to, this is just not going to be a perfect process because we've never done it before. So I have a feeling this won't be the first time. No, I mean, seriously, if we really take this seriously and we want this to be something that future charter committees can use and future councils can use, then I am not at all surprised that we have to do this. I truly don't believe it'll be the last time. I think we have to work on it. We're building the plane while we're flying it, and you know, it's never going to be a perfect plane. It's never going to be a unanimous plane. But I do believe that fixing the plane while flying it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, and also to the mayor's credit, so we had this conflict with a staff person. I actually did go to the mayor afterwards, and we did come up with let's you have issues, come to me. I'll come to you. So we do have a little handshake to try to avoid this collision that we just experienced. I just want to let you know we did have a little kumbaya moment to try to diffuse the situation at the moment. But I still think we have a systemic issue. But again, I want to make sure that council. So okay, straw poll. Is there anybody here that does not feel that we should do? No, not yet. No motion yet. No. I think I'm not going to have a motion. I think what I'm going to get is a sense of council, and then a sense of council, and then I will take it as if the council goes that direction, I'll take it as an IOU to create a document to bring it back to council. And when I say I mean Mark Shelby.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I'm trying to understand what's going on, and it's hard to find out what's going on because he's an individual by two different forms of government,
right?
Memorial and legislative, that appoints them. So part of this problem may be a personality problem with one or two of them. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but I have to make an assumption that that's how it started. I don't know.
Well, I think there's agendas, personalities. I think there's inherent conflict because when you have the two different branches of government, there is inherent friction.
Well, it's like anything else. You can have the highest paid football team or baseball team or soccer team and never win.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Well, good thing we're not high paid. Councilman Carlson.
The other thing, and everybody says this, I don't know what you guys say, but the community says this. There's a difference between running a military organization, meaning a police department, versus running a city. A city is about communicating with the public, listening to the public, and adapting what you do. If you run an organization, that's not a criticism of it. If you run an organization that is hierarchical and where everybody must listen to you, or you fire them or you demote them, that's different. And that kind of I order you to do something and you have to follow it. That does not work within a city where you have to listen to people, and we need the collaborative culture in our group. And what's happening is if one of us asks a question about something, we get attacked. Like it's either you 100% agree with me or I'll destroy you. And that may be okay in a military organization, but it's not in a city where the voters have input on what's going on.
Okay, let's bring this in for Lenny because I am so tired. Is there anybody in this council that does not
Okay. Okay, do you want me to go back and draft a revision with Mr. Shelby?
Yes.
Yes, for
Okay,
consideration.
you've got at least 4.
From
You've
what
got
I
5.
heard, yes.
Okay, okay, yes, do it.
Okay. Okay, and again, I'm not calling that a vote, I'm just calling it a sense, so, because I'll bring a product back. Mr. Shelby, you wanted to say something?
Can I add, sorry.
Yes.
Since they've attacked Mr. Shelby's position anyway, I think we need to be careful. He would just be helping us interpret the intention of you as chair
Correct. Well,
and
we
the
work
board.
well together on
He's
that.
not,
Yeah, but no, but
he's
I-
not the one that's gonna be coming up with it. You're gonna be
Exactly.
coming with the policy and he's gonna be interpreting it.
I'll be right behind him.
No, actually,
You'll be leading it.
I took your joke.
That's another joke.
I took your
The
joke.
right, but the point is, council, and I think there is an assumption there that, and it's, and in the years I've been doing this, it's never been true, is that I'm driving the train.
Correct.
And and I don't know why people think that.
Well, I want to be
I'm
clear,
here to-
as
I'm
long
here
as
to
I've been
serve.
chair, you have not been driving anything.
Well, anyway, as a matter of fact, just with regard to this memorandum, I would not go to this meeting unless I discussed this with council and that council directed me to do it, because otherwise, I work for you. I answer to you. Well, ultimately, yes.
We understand, let's move past.
Yeah, let me,
And-
but okay.
okay, so I've got that sense. I also want to say, reference to showing, I do think that they should be able to talk to people because they need to get information if they did, but they can't subpoena anybody, they can't, but.
No, I mean,
yeah,
I agree,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
and honestly, if they want to do that, my only fear is that when you have guest speakers and you.
One at a time,
It
though.
feels like interrogation and not, I'm just based on what we've heard about this.
We'll try to capture this in the document.
But again, we solved the problem by just simply saying that we're not going to provide Mr. Shelby because we have no intent of changing
Okay,
city
okay.
council attorney.
Is-
And with that memo, I think we're fine.
Is there any other new business? Councilman Carlson?
I have
Vieira?
something I have to bring
Young?
up before.
I'll get right to you as soon as I
Thank you.
finish. Councilman Hurtak? Maniscalco? Miranda? Yes, Mr. Shelby?
I just want
I'll
to
be right back.
get back, if we can, to this memorandum. They are required, both the facilitator and the attorney are requesting council's opinion as to whether council wishes to, and they both use this term in 1 and 2, do you wish us to expand our scope of work? And the question is that part of the response the chair needs to provide?
I'm not going to answer this memo yet. Let's sit down and discuss this. This does not have to be timely.
That's fine.
But
No.
I'm just saying, I want to incorporate that into the document.
Yeah, like, we're not expanding the scope.
Yeah,
No.
but I want to incorporate. No, I think, let's take
I
an
don't think we have
IOU
to.
and let's address this next week. And let's have some behind the scenes
But
discussion.
not only that.
I get it.
This document research,
Yeah.
like, my appointee has all the documentation because I gave him all the documentation from last time. So he has all of that information, but he wasn't allowed to share it because he kept getting cut off.
Yeah. So I will address this, but let's address this in a more diligent or whatever way.
But the way council works and the Sunshine works, their next meeting is next Tuesday, so
This will not be addressed, by then. We'll give them an IOU. Okay? Can I have a motion to receive and file? We have a motion to receive and file. Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We're adjourned.
And Henderson is Waterworks Park. The Jeter Boardman Waterworks Company supplied water to Tampa's growing population for the entire 35-year period of the agreement, although 22 years into the agreement, they were inundated with complaints about hard water, inadequate expansion